to all of our committee members and members of the public who are joining us today. This is our second meeting of the Standards Recommendation Committee, and I know that we at the State Board are excited to see their continued work on this endeavor. I do not have very many words to share, so with that, I will go ahead and pass it off to Amy Owen to read the Statement of Necessity.
Thank you, Catherine. Good morning, everybody. Pursuant to Tennessee Code Annotated Section 844108B3, the Tennessee Standards Recommendation Committee, or SRC, by and through the State Board of Education, hereby submits its determination of necessity for its meeting of the Math SRC held via WebEx at 9 a.m. on September 18th, 2020. Pursuant to TCA Sections 49.1.311 through 313, the SRC shall meet to propose any needed revisions to the Tennessee academic standards at a minimum of every 6 years to the State Board. In order to meet its statutory requirement, this meeting was called to consider revisions to the Tennessee academic standards for mathematics. In addition, the State Textbook and Instructional Materials Quality Commission established an adoption cycle for mathematics textbooks, and the standards review process must be completed prior to textbook adoption for math. Because of the COVID-19 pandemic and because members of the SRC reside across the state, it was determined that a physical quorum of the members could not be assembled in Nashville for the purposes of this meeting. As such, the SRC is meeting via WebEx on September 18th, 2020 to consider revisions to the standards for math. Notice of the meeting was posted on the State Board's website along with the agenda and instructions for accessing the WebEx. The meeting is being recorded and the recording will be posted to the State Board's website. The recording will serve as minutes for the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy. And with that, I will go ahead and take roll call to establish quorum. Benita Albert.
Good morning, everyone.
Teresa Boston. Teresa. Okay. Leslie Clifton.
Yes, good morning.
Shannon Edmund Ford.
Present.
Rita Sowell. Karen Vogelschling.
Present. Good morning.
Joseph Wingfield.
Present. Good morning.
Ken Berger.
Yes, present.
Shannon Duncan.
Present.
Madam Chair, you have 8 members present.
Thank you. I want to apologize. I think it's a little dark on my side of things over here, but that's how the lights are in my office. So I wanted to say good morning again to everyone. And I hope you have all had a good week and plenty of time to kind of delve into and digest some of the things that we talked about last week. Catherine, I think in the email that you had sent out, you wanted me to do a bit of a recap from last week, or did you have more you needed to brief us on this morning?
I do not have anything more to brief you on. So yes, if you're able to provide a brief recap of what you guys did last week, and then we will move into the question and answer portion with Stephanie, Virginia, and I.
Okay, thank you. So last week we delved into the K6 part of the standards, looking specifically through strands first. And when we go back to the screen share, I've got that graphic pulled up of the visual of the progression of the strands and the standards. And we looked across strands, and then we looked specifically at the movement of those standards from 5th grade to 6th grade. And we made note of some things revolving around wording consistency, some questions about placement of certain standards within certain strands, And we left ourselves some little breadcrumbs in the way of grade levels and strands with which we initially didn't have any qualms or questions, and some things that we did leave some questions with, or items to come back and review. I hope everyone received an email. Mr. Berger sent some excellent food for thought and questions that were then responded to by Dr. Kolich and some of her team, and as well as the other questions that Catherine compiled for us and sent to the team, and their different responses to some of those questions and items for clarification. And so there's several pages of those documents that I'm sure will be part of our Q&A that we have here in a minute. So what we still have on our task list, whether or not that's all covered today, is maybe up for debate, but what's still on our task list is reviewing the 7 through 12, looking at strands, and then specifically looking at the jump from 8th to 9th grade, as well as going back to revisit some of the things that we've already discussed in the K through 6. And eventually we will either be doing a lump sum vote or a series of smaller votes, however we choose or however we want to divide those up, to give our final approval to the K-12 math standards. And so like Nathan and Catherine and Amy discussed with us last week, we can, if there are chunks, whether it's a K-5 grade band or a K-8 or however, that we are in agreement and someone wants to make a motion to vote on the changes, that includes the recommended changes that are in the files in addition to anything that we suggest and modify, or one big vote at the end. But that is what we still have ahead of us in terms of reviewing and approving. So if I haven't left anything out, I will turn it back over to you.
Great. Thank you so much. Yes, with that, I will go ahead and pass it over to Dr. Stephanie Kolich. She has put in a lot of time this week to compile all of the committee members' questions, and we are going to make sure they are shared out to the public and also invite further questions and discussion from the committee members at that time. So Dr. Stephanie Kolich, I will pass it to you.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. I thought since some of the questions dealt with what's happening in the high school, that I would give you a little bit of the background, both on the national scene and on the state scene, as to why we are proposing the changes we are proposing in those traditional sequence and the integrated sequence. And so this will actually help address a particular question we had about pushback on delaying topics leading to STEM careers. And as you'll remember, there are several things that we have moved out of those first 3 courses in high school and into pre-calculus because they dealt primarily with STEM-based careers. So in general, the whole question of whether we should prepare students for calculus or prepare students for statistics is really a question of equity. So several of us have been immersed in this work for several years, and so we have collected articles and journal articles and books and all of this stuff about calculus versus stat and what should be happening in high school and so on. So I'm going to give you little snippets of some of these things I've collected over the years. Now, there's a large body of research literature that document that traditional algebra-based high school curriculum is inequitable to students. This was really developed in the late 40s, early 50s as part of the preparation for students for the space race. And we really needed students to be prepared for calculus. Now, if you go to Tennessee data, this is a snapshot of data that was provided to me in another project. Tennessee data indicates that approximately 80% of our students, when they go into college, they're taking statistics as part of their requirements. Now, that includes STEM students. Statistics is a big part of anything you do in STEM, but it also applies to a whole bunch of careers outside of STEM fields. Now, the data that I've got is actually from 2017, 2018. So it's a couple of years old, but I think this is fairly typical at this time. Across the state of Tennessee, there's just under 1 million high school students in recent years. Any year you want to look at, just under 1 million students. When you look at specifically fourth year courses, in 2017-18, there were 5,898 students enrolled in calculus across the state. That's 8%. Only 8% of the students in fourth year courses were enrolled in calculus. Of those just under 6,000 students, only 3% were considered low socioeconomic. Only 4% were Black or African American students. Only 6% were Hispanic. 9% of those were white, and 27% of those were Asian. If you look at statistics, we had 12,218 students enrolled. That's approximately 17% of the students that were enrolled in fourth year courses. 10% are considered low socioeconomic. 12% were Black or African American, 14% were Hispanic, 19% were white, and 26% were Asian. And that's the snapshot in Tennessee. This is fairly typical across the country. So here is a snippet from an article from Education Week a year ago. Today, some 800,000 students nationwide take calculus in high school, which is about 15% of all high schoolers. Calculus classes have been and remain disproportionately white and Asian, with other student groups less likely to attend schools that offer calculus or the early prerequisites like middle school algebra that are needed to gain access to the course. A report by the Mathematical Association of America and the National Council of Teachers of Mathematics found that many students who took advanced placement calculus in high school still ended up retaking calculus in college. And about 250,000 students end up needing to take even lower level courses like pre-calculus or algebra. So even though they're taking calculus in high school, they're not meeting the requirements to go directly into college, into calculus in college. More than half the students, this is still nationwide, more than half the students who take calculus in high school come from families with a household income above $100,000 a year, according to a study in the Journal of Research for Mathematics Education. By contrast, only 15% of middle income students and 7% of those in the poorest 25% of families take the course. So you can see that calculus is really a mark of prestige in practice. It is for the elite students. It is for the higher socioeconomic students. So that's the education side of it. Let's go to the workforce side of it. As of 2017, the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics estimations show that jobs requiring data literacy and statistics are among the 10 fastest growing occupations in the country. So we're looking at statistics is slowly replacing calculus as the course of choice. There was a curriculum foundations project that was run through the Mathematical Association of America that interviewed partner disciplines. Now, what I mean by partner disciplines are these are the disciplines that require skills in mathematics in order to be successful in the careers that lead from those disciplines. And for the first 2 years, these are recommendations for the first 2 years of college math, which means we need to be looking for at these skills in high school math in order to get our kids ready for these skills in college math. They're recommending that we emphasize conceptual understanding, that we emphasize problem-solving skills. We emphasize integrative skills, so we're putting a lot of things together to solve problems. We emphasize mathematical modeling. We emphasize communication skills. And so there's not a lot in here that specifically says we want to emphasize calculus skills. We want to emphasize facility and fluency with mathematics in general, being able to understand models, being able to understand data and statistics. Now, if we move down to the 2 teams that I participated in, the first team especially, when we were looking at specifically the high school courses, we literally had debates on tiny pieces to leave out of the first 3 years. And those debates would go an hour or 2 hours on a tiny piece of a standard. And we all agreed that if we were going to move statistics topics into those first 3 years, if we're going to move mathematical modeling into those first 3 years, we had to get rid of some things. And it made the most sense based on the kinds of things I've just given you, that the STEM fields that where topics are repeated in pre-calculus made the most sense to be the ones to move. And so in the long run, we believe that the skills that we're focusing on that are related to understanding, communicating, critical thinking, attacking complex problems in both the traditional and integrated sequences are really more beneficial to the students who want to enter STEM careers anyway, because that prepares them to tackle those more complex ideas that they'll be getting in pre-calculus and calculus. So let me stop there. Do you have any questions on the context that we were working in and why we were making the decisions we were making?
No, I think it's important. This is Benita Albert. To have this as a part of the discussion, to have this on record. I am a bit confused. Pre-calculus is the 4th year, right? Technically, in this standards arrangement, and calculus would be a 5th year. And so part of the concern, not mentioned yet, but I think should be mentioned, is transitioning to college, and the transition to college making something as a stronger STEM related requirement available to students. I don't know, I'm not in disagreement with all you said. I totally agree with a richer statistics curriculum, whatever. I do understand that that's very, very important even for STEM people. But I don't want it to be a situation that prohibits a student or makes it inaccessible for students to pursue a rich STEM-related career.
And I think they still have that opportunity going through pre-calculus and calculus. We're not really taking away anything that's going to prevent them from pursuing a STEM career. Because if they're pursuing a STEM career, they're likely going to have to take calculus at some time. That means they're likely going to have to take pre-calculus before they can move into calculus. So the things that we have moved out of those first 3 years, they will catch in that pre-calculus class in between the first 3 years and whenever they take calculus, whether it's at the high school level or at the college level.
And Dr. College, may I jump in and just note that there's also, if you have students who are very, very highly motivated to go into those STEM fields, they can work with their districts. Many districts do offer 8th grade Algebra 1 or 8th grade Integrated Math 1, as I know our educators are very well aware. So they would still have that opportunity. Then pre-calculus would become their junior year and calculus could be senior year. It is a graduation requirement in Tennessee, not only that students have 4 credits of math, but also that they're enrolled in a math course all 4 years of high school. So even if they took the first Algebra 1 Integrated 1 in middle school, they would have to have a math course their senior year.
Well, and I'll jump in and say for high schools that have block schedule, for example, and I know this came up in one of the questions, so we can come back to that as it relates to that particular question. But we have students who take Algebra 2 honors as a freshman, and then geometry and statistics and pre-cal. And their junior year, they're taking AP Cal 1, and by their senior year, they're able to take AP Cal BC, the second level of calculus. So again, and we call it, our high school, we call it fast track math. But we do have a large engineering community here around Arnold Engineering Air Force Base. And we do have that emphasis available to students. But the enrollment in the, out of 1,000 students, we may have 12 that wind up in a calculus BC course. And I will, with my background being completely high school and working with student services and administration in the last several years, I will say a big thank you to your emphasis for that equity piece for the majority of our students, because I saw Algebra 2 become almost not a speed bump for students, but almost a solid block wall for a lot of our students who were not geared to the college path or a STEM path. And to watch one class become such a hurdle for so many students who were really focused on career or technical training, a certifying program. That was something that was discussed in the first go round, whether Algebra 2 should even be a graduation requirement. And, obviously there's merit and there are application pieces to that, but I do appreciate the attention to focusing on what math standards should be covered for a public K-12 student by the time they graduate at Tennessee high school. One question that did bring up for me that I hadn't thought of before, in the last round, there was a course developed. It didn't gain a lot of traction, and it was called Applied Math. And it was meant to be that 4th level. And it had finance. It was a very practical application. It had some statistics. It was really meant more for that technical vocational student. What happened with that?
I believe Virginia can give the best insight on that, so I will pass it to her.
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me, Catherine?
You sound a little far away, but we can hear you.
Okay, I'll try to talk loud. Sometimes WebEx is my friend, sometimes it's not. So if it gets too soft, just wave up and down and let me know, because you're actually on my screen right now. So one of the things at TDOE that we're working really hard on, Shannon, to address your question about the applied math course, is really thinking through those 4th year offerings for our students, so that what that 4th year offering becomes is something that leads them to their next step and what they want to do next. We're actually working with our CTE team to identify, which is our career technical education department, to identify courses that aren't typically labeled math courses, something like some of our business finance classes, our accounting classes, some of our STEM-based classes that are offered through CTE that also have very heavy mathematics in them, to also count as that potential 4th year course for students to help make the bridge. As far as the applied mathematics course in particular, it did not get a lot of traction. We are working with a group out of Northeast Tennessee that's doing some piloting. It's a pilot between several districts there, Northeast State Community College, a couple of other community colleges that are piloting, working on developing, pilot's not the right word, they're working to develop a course that could also count for that 4th year course that really helps make the bridge to a course that we talked about a few minutes ago has elements of that built in, but then also has the potential to possibly count as an episode for those students. So what we're really trying to think very intentionally about is how we structure fourth year classes for students that gives all students the opportunity for having an episode in that senior year for their mathematics. So I hope that helps address somewhat your questions about that applied math. So we're really working through thinking what that fourth year should look like for all students.
Yes, no, that does answer it. And I'm not necessarily advocating that we keep or bring back or whatever the case with applied math, but I liked the idea. I liked the philosophy behind it. And it sounds like you all are working on some even more practical options than that to be applicable to our students. And Dr. Kolich, to go along with some of your statistics, just for the group, for awareness, one of the things that has been talked about for several years, I think Dr. McQueen started this dialogue about the differences in needs between students with college degrees, graduate, higher degrees, or versus certifying programs, some kind of trade or certification in, say welding or a program like a TCAP program. For every 10 jobs in Tennessee, 1 requires some kind of higher graduate degree, 2 require a college 4-year degree, and 7 require a certification program. And so that's for all of the jobs in the market right now. That was the statistics that they came up with. So I'll include everyone that's worked on this and say I appreciate the attention to providing those applicable math options for all of our students.
Can I ask for clarification, what are the fourth year options now?
Is that better for microphone?
A little bit.
Let me make sure the mic's actually. Okay, it is. Any better?
It is definitely a little bit better.
Okay, sorry, friends. So the current fourth year options for our students right now are typically a bridge math course. That's under some conversation moving forward. Statistics, pre-calculus, or
We are losing you, Virginia. Maybe let's just go back to the computer.
is any better?
Yeah.
I'll try. I'll just talk really loud and then problem solve with Elizabeth and a break. So we also have a lot of dual credit and dual enrollment pre-calc and statistics courses across the state. That's another option for our students. Right now they can also take some physics courses and count as a fourth year math, and also some of our computer science courses. Those are the most popular ones. Like those are the ones that are used by far the most.
I am happy to go through and do a quick rehash of those if we didn't catch them. Benita, were you able to hear?
Are we on? Can
Yeah.
you hear me? Okay. Before the full credit in college options, I heard bridge math, pre-calculus, statistics.
Calculus.
Okay.
Several dual enrollment options.
I heard those.
And then as well as the CTE courses that we are looking to identify as counting for a fourth year math credit.
Okay. Those currently aren't in place. You're studying those?
Some of them are in place. The board recently voted on them, and we are, I believe the department is working on finalizing any others that could be added to the list. But there is already an extensive list of ones that will count as a fourth year math.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Oh, one more that Virginia let me know, applied math concepts as well.
All right, do we have anything else on this part before we go into some of the more specific questions? Okay, moving on. There was a question, and I'm not going to read this verbatim because this is a long question, but essentially the question is the inclusion of probability and statistics in grades 6 through 8, the middle grades, and the question centers on whether or not we have included the right topics in grades 6 through 8. And so we have some responses from some of the committee members that worked on specifically on grades 6 through 8, and then on the group that worked on the K through 12 standards. From a statistics standpoint, grades 6 through 8 are really designed to give students a taste of what studying statistics is look like. What does data look like? What kinds of things can you do with it? 6th grade focuses on descriptive statistics. 7th grade focuses on inferential statistics, and 8th grade focuses on bivariate data. So 6th grade, you're looking at a data set, and what kinds of things can you say about that data set? How can you describe it? 7th grade is moving more towards predicting. How can you use that data set to predict what else you could find out? And 8th grade is more on comparing two data sets. So if you've got two groups of people, how do you compare them? What's in common to them? What's different about them? In probability is really beginning to be developed in middle grades. And so in the 6th grade, we don't really do a lot with probability. 7th grade, you introduce probability as a concept and explore some simple probability. And then 8th grade, you go to compound probability. So in the 7th grade, you're doing things like, if I roll a 6-sided number cube, something that they're used to doing with games, what's the probability that I'll roll a 1 on that 6-sided number cube? If I draw a card from an Uno deck, what's the probability that that card is going to be blue? So those kinds of things, just very basic types of probability. Compound probability would be combining some of those things. If I rolled a die and I drew a card, what's the probability I'll get a 1 on the die and a blue card? Then we readily admit there is a gap between 8th grade and high school. In Algebra 1 and in Integrated 1, there is no probability covered. There's a little bit of statistics, not any probability at all. And we recognized that gap. We debated putting some probability standards in, but we thought that meant we would need to take something out of those courses, and we didn't think we could put enough probability in to make it actually worthwhile splitting it off from something else. So that gap is kind of deliberate being in there. When you move into the 2nd and 3rd courses in those sequences, that's when you pick up the more about the probability, more about the statistics, and how the probability and statistics interact. Now, the approach is different based on the different philosophical approaches of the programs, of the sequences, but everything is in there. It's built in slightly different ways, but everything is in there. So does that help with the probability and statistics question?
Stephanie, thank you for that explanation. That does help clarify the thinking process. And I think the point that it's difficult to, or you have to be sensitive not to overload the students. And what would you take out, I think, is a very valid question. And so I don't disagree with that approach at all. And I do appreciate the clarification.
All right, the next big topic we had was on the use of the phrases real world and mathematical and real world context and real world and mathematical context. And there's some inconsistency in the use of those phrases throughout the standards. And that is, the inconsistency is really inherited partly from previous iterations of the standards, and it's partly exacerbated by our attempts to put in more real world context for mathematics, so that mathematics doesn't live in this silo external to every other subject that you're looking at. But really, let me give you a very brief example of what we're looking for. So let's suppose that we're looking at the skill of subtraction. So a mathematical context would be simply calculate 20 minus 13. There is no real world context associated with that. You've got the number 20, you've got the number 13. What's the difference in those two numbers? We can make up a real world context and ask the same question, but with a simulated context around it. And you know, mathematicians refer to this as being canned information or simulated real world. And usually these are the kinds of problems that cause kids to wonder, accept these things, and why would anybody ever want to do this? And so that these kinds of problems really tend to cause a disconnect between math and what else is going on in the real world. So here's the example that I provided to this committee. Sarah bought 20 watermelons. John ate 13 of Sarah's watermelons. How many watermelons does Sarah have left? So, you know, in the real world, you're usually not going to find someone who wants to buy 20 watermelons, and you're certainly not going to find someone who's going to eat 13 of those 20 watermelons. So there is a disconnect between, although there's a real world context, it's not really a real life example. So we're really wanting to aim more towards real world context problems that provide meaning to students, that students can relate to. And so a question like that would be, Jamal has $20, a movie ticket costs $13. If Jamal purchased one movie ticket, how much money will he have left? And so it's something that the students can relate to. So one of the things we really like to do is move away from those so-called real world problems that don't happen in the real world and move towards real world problems that have meaning to the students. The issue with that is, if you're talking about a true real world problem, they often have messy numbers, and they often have other things that feed into the problem and affect it. So with the movie ticket problem, you might have state and local tax, you might have discounts, you might have these other things that affect the problem. And we want very simple things when we're talking about subtraction. So having said all of that, truly the wording doesn't matter as far as which of the terms you use, as long as some standards are purely mathematical context and it's clear. Some standards are specifically focused on real world context, and some standards have both pieces. So we just want to make sure that that is clear, and the words you choose to use to make that distinction can be changed easily. Does that make sense? Does that help?
Hi, Stephanie. Yes. The biggest thing that I was concerned about was not the fact that there were multiple phrases. My major concern was, did they mean different things to the teachers who were trying to incorporate those standards into their actual classes? That was where I became a little concerned. In other words, if I'm reading those for the first time and I'm seeing those different phrases pop up, my pause or my hesitation is, well, what do they mean by that? And obviously, somebody who's been in the profession for a few years will understand that, but for a new teacher, that might be, my concern was, are we communicating consistently across schools, across teachers?
Yes, and I'll add on to that just a little bit and give a specific example, because I had the same concern as Mr. Berger, in that the teacher interpretation and the clarity, especially for new teachers, or if this was a new grade level of standards for them that they were looking at. And so it did hinge a little bit on the consistency of the terminology, just so there was consistency and understanding of what was expected. But I think that first little set of standards that we were looking at that even put this on my radar in the first place was, in one standard, it talked about the real world and mathematical contexts. And then the next standard, it used the term contextual or conceptual. And then it went back and forth between mathematical and real world and concept and context, and just making sure that not the clarity was there in the literal words every time in every standard, but that the understanding of the product that was desired from that standard was clear from one standard and one grade level to the next.
And that we have struggled with those words because what happens is assessments are built off the wording of the standards. And so there are certain standards that we believe eventually need to be assessed, both from the standpoint of, does the student have this skill? So that would be the mathematical context. And the standpoint of, does the student understand when that skill applies in a problem? So that would be the real world context, or the real world problems, that modeling problems and things that we've been talking about. And so that this kind of goes back to, this is what we have inherited, because a lot of those wordings have been our struggles over many iterations of the standards to say, well, this one a student needs to understand both ways. This one is just basically a skill, a mathematical skill that the student needs to have. This one is specifically meant to be a real world standard, a modeling standard. And so speaking as a teacher, there are certain things that I have reworded and reworded and reworded over the years, and I still haven't found that magic combination of words that make it clear to everybody. And I think that's the situation we're in here. We have not yet identified that magic combination of words that we can apply all the way through and make it clear to the teachers, make it clear to the students, make it clear to the people who are writing the assessments, make it clear to everybody what it is we're after. And so if y'all can help with that, that would be great. But we haven't figured it out yet. Okay, does that help?
Yes, and I understand what you're saying. I think really we can review and just make sure that when we read, the end result is clear for that standard. And there's really only that one. And I made a note, I'll have to go back. I think it was in 4th grade. I think the only one that I would really want to clean up is that one that didn't use either real world concept or mathematical. It jumped to conceptual. So when you say conceptual, I, as a teacher, could make an argument both ways for that.
Mhm.
So those would be, if there's any other Lone Rangers like that out there that I might have missed, just making sure that we're consistently expressing the same expectation for that standard.
Shannon, I've got a question or maybe a comment to add, if I may. I've been thinking through this, and so from a business perspective, I'm not an educator, not an administrator. I think it would be helpful to have like an added column to the standard that would demonstrate what excellence looks like, demonstrates what mastery looks like. So the teacher, whether it's a new teacher or an old teacher, reads the standard, reads the examples, descriptions, notes, but then can see what mastery is. You know, that maybe that's hard to put into a column in a few sentences. You know, just a thought I've had, and it might apply to this conversation or others, but does something like that exist? Are there examples of like, okay, we want our students, we don't want to someone to interpret what average is, but we want to look at what's it look like when I teach this and the kids get it in a masterful way. They can excel with this concept. What does that look like?
That's a great question. The department has prepared what are called instructional focus documents, which do something very similar to what you're describing. I will look online, and Virginia, if you hear me right now, if you don't mind popping that in the chat box, if there's a URL available, so that folks can review that maybe during a break. And Joseph, you can see if that meets what you were hoping for, and if not, we can come back and see if there's a place for it in the standards.
And so, Amy, that was kind of my next thought as I thought through this over the last week. I love the idea of a website being there. You know, if somebody has a piece of paper, it's kind of hard, and they've just got this, matrix to look at. Is there it seems like since we have all the data together, you could add those examples or what mastery looks like in there, but even make it an app or a website where they can easily access that and they see everything in one place. So I guess that sounds like what you're describing, Amy.
That sounds, it's similar. The instructional focus documents are focused on math, and I believe the Department of Education has been working on what you've been talking about, a web-based tool where a teacher could select the standard that they wanted to teach and then see not only resources on it, but even videos of other teachers working toward that standard. So Virginia, if you don't mind popping those in the chat box, that'd be perfect.
No, I think that's a great idea because a lot of people have moved and are moving towards a standards-based type grading and assessment. And in order to do that, you have to show mastery or work toward mastery. And so having that where that bar is and having resources in place for teachers and even parents to see, that's a great idea. Or, it sounds like you guys are already on it, so.
Well, we'll give all that credit to our colleagues at the department. Our usual split is that the state board takes the standard setting and policy making side, and then the department takes implementation support with districts. So we're very happy to work closely with them on just continuing to improve these resources for teachers and parents.
Can I make a comment?
Yes, go ahead.
I'm going to sound negative and I apologize. I'm Rita Sowell, and I teach at Volunteer State Community College. And when you use the word mastery, I thought it's time, maybe I need to say something. I'm not sure if it's appropriate or not. I do not have experience reading the standards. I learned tons last week. I thought the standards look great. It's just that the students I see, they've not met those standards. And that may not be part of this committee's work. I see students that, they can't do subtraction or long division, just those basic skills that we talked about last week. So that was one reason I wanted to be on this committee, to see where, what needs to happen so that, and I know this is years of, I know it's a lot of work. It's not going to be fixed overnight, but I just want to see my community college students have a basics of mathematics. And so I didn't really know the appropriate time to, share my thoughts. But when you use the word mastery, I thought this is the time I need to check it. I need to say something.
That's a great point. I'll start here, and then if anybody else wants to chime in, you're more than welcome to. It is a really tricky split where the board is setting the standards, but each local education agency sets the curriculum and develops their local assessments and how they're tracking student progress throughout the grades. We do have state assessments in the form of end of course exams. However, we are not a state where a student must pass that in order to graduate or to move on to the next course. EOC exams are factored into student grades, between 15 and 25% of the students' grades based on their LEA policy. But again, somebody could frankly perform pretty poorly on that, but if they had done reasonably well in the class, they would still pass it and move forward. So I completely understand what you're saying, and I appreciate you sharing the perspective from higher ed. Those are just some of the factors that are at play in terms of making sure that we not only have the standards, but that students are able to cover all of them in their class and not just cover them, but really become proficient in them and move on. Would anybody else like to chime in there?
What years are those exams given?
They're for Algebra 1, Algebra 2, I think, and Geometry. Virginia, correct me if I've misspoken. I believe, hang on, I can pull it up, that Algebra 2 is an EOC subject, but I will look at
3-8 each year in 3-8, and then Algebra 1, Algebra 2, and Geometry.
Great, thank you. And if your district has chosen the integrated math sequence, it would be integrated 1, 2, and 3.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for raising that.
Rita, I'll respond on a personal note a little bit. And I think I talked about this some last week with my concern and there's no real way to address it. But I talked about that this crop of students, and my 2 children are in that group, that have gone, this will be their 3rd set of standards. And while we did need some revisions and changes, were we creating more gaps for these students? Because that's something in our high school, which the role that I'm in, I've only been in for a little less than a year. So I'm straight out of high school world. And in our high school, when one of our major issues for several years was our incoming 9th graders not being ready. We felt they weren't ready for Algebra 1 for various reasons. And there's many reasons that play into that. So I literally started dissecting each student's background, their EOC scores, how many times they've changed schools, different things. And we started a transition program. We identified a classroom full of students who were not academically proficient and ready for high school. And we started a transition program, and that is where they start 9th grade. And we go back, we utilize that standards-based, and we do assessments and identify gaps, and they work with a math interventionist to go back and fill in those gaps and be ready for high school and beyond, hopefully, content. And I just say that to validate you have some concerns. And I think a lot of people across the state recognize that. And that's one reason they're trying to shore up these strands and make sure the progressions are there and make sure that the wording and the expectations to teachers are clear. And hopefully we can get a solid set of standards that our students can move forward with.
Thank you.
Can I pop in with one comment?
Sorry, go ahead.
Hey, this is Karen Vogelsang. My experience is all elementary, and Rita, your comment is such a valid comment. As an elementary teacher, I've heard from high school teachers. I even had a high school teacher come and attend a math workshop we were doing for elementary teachers, and she wanted to understand what was going on in elementary school. And Shannon, what you just talked about that you're doing in your district or have done in your district at the high school level is really something that needs to happen at the elementary level. Memphis, we're number 2 in childhood poverty. So we have a lot of children coming to us that don't have the basic skills. We've heard this over and over again as they enter kindergarten. So a lot of challenges there. And I can just tell you, having taught in Fraser for 10 years, where childhood, and I'm not saying childhood poverty is the problem. I'm not saying that at all. But I'm just saying, as a teacher with 27 students, all 27 of my students were tier 3 students in the 4th grade. That's very hard to do intervention for 27 students. So I think just beyond the standards, there's other challenges out there being able to support children. But I think we have to think about it before they ever leave elementary school going into the middle school. So that's just my 2 cents on all this.
I appreciate that. I agree with you. I think a lot of it is in the elementary school. Tell me, what does tier 3 mean?
Sorry, what was your last question, Rita?
You used the phrase tier 3. I think that's what I heard. What is tier 3? What does that mean?
Tier 3 is when a student has been benchmarked below the 10th percentile. So that means they're really, really struggling in their foundational skills, I guess is the best way to describe it. And tier 3 requires certain amounts of intervention. It actually requires face-to-face with a teacher 3 days a week for 45 minutes at the child's skill deficit. So I left the classroom 3 years ago, and I was the reading teacher at that point, and I had 7 students in reading in one of my 3 sections of classes that were tier 3. All 7 students had a different skill deficit. So to be able to address 7 different skill deficits with 7 different students, 45 minutes a day, 3 days a week, and then get them up and running where they need to be is very, very challenging. And then if you have a new teacher that's really trying to figure all that out, that makes it even more challenging. And then I won't even get started on resources, but resources is another issue.
I understand.
Okay, so let's move on. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Shannon, you mentioned 3 different standards for your children. Those 3 different standards start with Common Core or prior to. I'm trying to count them up and the years over which that might have occurred, and also teacher reaction to that. Right? How difficult is it when we make big changes?
Right. So these new standards will be my children's 3rd set, because they're in 6th and 7th grade. So they'll still be in school when these are implemented. And so, yes, my son started school under Common Core, and they were in kindergarten and 1st grade when the last year of Common Core, and then transitioned to the next, what we have now, the Tennessee Academic Standards. And then this will be their 3rd set. Now, granted, they're not night and day differences, but we have reorganized we did move some things. The progressions did change a little. We did omit. I mean, there could potentially be some gaps. I will say that we feel very fortunate that we've had teachers who worked very hard to ensure that did not happen. And I do not feel that my children personally have been have missed out. But we're talking about hundreds of thousands of children across the state that I can't ensure that for. And yes, having worked through the 1st round and implementation with our teachers locally, and then they're less apprehensive about this set of revisions. I will tell you that. They had finally kind of wrapped their head around Common Core, gotten new curriculum, gotten new textbooks. You could search a Common Core standard identifier and pull up lessons and worksheets and stuff like that. And so once they went through the training on the new updates and we got new curriculum in place, I think this move will be much smoother and much easier to facilitate. That answers your question.
I would just like to comment that I had a rather rare experience with Common Core. My background is high school, in that I had to keep my second grader for a period of time, and the Asheville City Schools were deep into Common Core. And when I walked in, the teacher was just frantic for help when she learned that I had been a math teacher. I simply was not qualified to handle the second grade materials. And I learned that quickly once I looked at what they were doing. And so I spent some time working in those materials. And I thought, not to rehash the Common Core, but to say, I thought that there was real strength in the ability for flexible thinking, flexible problem solving. And I'm pleased to see some of that still exists inside of what we're trying to do now. I think that's also a nervous area for teachers. And that's just more resources, more support material, right? Careful interventions, whatever, all of what we've been saying. But of course, teacher training. And I salute the standards for trying to keep some of the spirit of that, because I felt that it built, I ultimately ended up in a second grade classroom trying to help. It built some real enthusiasm and some spirit of, I'm not going to give up. I've got a way of doing this. I've just got to understand how you do it and how this transfers. That's very, very helpful for all of mathematics.
And I will say, and a point for everyone to keep in mind as we continue to move forward with reviewing these standards, one of the things that the shift to Common Core, and we did keep that conceptual thread, that conceptual philosophy in the revisions to the Tennessee academic standards. But one of the areas it kind of exposed was you have to have a very solid skill base. And this goes back to what Rita was talking about. In order to begin to think conceptually and in real world context, and the word problems and the expansion of some of those standards, it requires a strong skill base. And so as students progress through the years, if they don't have that, then it's like a growing snowball. And that's how, Rita, they get to you potentially, or, usually, and they're just not prepared for that higher level content because the skill base, a little brick in the foundation got left out along the way. And that's the cumulative nature of mathematics. So as we go back through K-5, especially, all of these standards, when teachers go to plan lessons or look at curriculum, they dissect these standards looking at what skill or skills are covered in these standards, and they kind of deconstruct and look at that standard. And so that's something that we can be cognizant of as we go back over these. And, are we seeing those skills well represented in standards? Are we seeing the shoring up, that foundation being laid properly in these standards? And I think that's the case. I feel very good about what we looked over last week, but that's just a reminder to have it in everyone's head as we move forward.
Okay. The next question that I had was about swapping a particular third grade and fourth grade standard that dealt with area. So the fourth grade standard is a short one. It's know and apply the area and perimeter formulas for rectangles and real world and mathematical problems. The third grade standard is to relate area of rectangles to the operation of multiplication and addition. And then there are 4 subparts to that particular standard with the various ways to do that. Now, I took advantage of this question to outline the what I see as the pedagogical approach to teaching multiplication. So the teaching of multiplication actually begins in third grade, and there are several different models you can use to teach multiplication, but two of the most popular are the idea of multiplication as repeated addition and multiplication as area. And so most of the time, teachers will start with the idea of repeated addition. So if you want to multiply 4 times 3, you would add 3 plus 3 plus 3 plus 3. So that's where the repeated addition comes in. You usually start by drawing pictures or with using some what are called manipulatives, some physical objects. And one of the most common physical objects that you use are these little plastic 1-inch squares. And so if you want to show how you would multiply 4 times 3, usually you say, okay, 4 is going to represent the number of groups that I have, the number of piles I have, the number of sets I have. I've got to make 4 piles of something. In each pile, I'm going to put 3 of my objects. So 3 of those triangles, or 3 of those squares, I mean. So then the student can either count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 up through 12, or they can say, okay, I've got 3 squares in this pile. I can add 3 more squares. That would be 6. I would add 3 more to get 9 and 3 more to get 12. So you're physically following that idea of repeated addition. Now, the nice thing about that particular model is that I can take each of those 3 squares in each of the sets. I can line those 3 squares up in a row. Then I would have 4 rows of 3 squares each. I can stack those, and that makes my rectangle. And I can talk about, I have 4 rows, each row has 3 squares. There's my rectangle. Now we're talking about the area of that rectangle. So that's part of the developmental process of understanding multiplication. Then so that really is the first 2 pieces of that 3rd grade standard. The rest of the standard is really related to fluency. When you're talking about teaching the operations, addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division, you want students to be comfortable with taking numbers apart, putting numbers together. And so when you're looking at part C of that 3rd grade standard, that's really leading you to a property called the distributive property of multiplication over addition. But in essence, what it's doing is, let's take that 4-row, 3-column rectangle, and let's break it apart into pieces. I could break one whole column off, and then I would have 2 rectangles. One would be 4 rows with 2 rectangles, or 2 squares in each row. The other one would be a rectangle with 4 rows and 1 square in each row. And I still have the same number of squares. I've just separated it into smaller pieces. So that's really what that part C of the 3rd grade is getting to. Part D of that 3rd grade standard is expanding that idea. So let's suppose that I had a rectangle that was made up of 5 rows and 6 squares in each row, but I take a rectangle out of the bottom right-hand corner. So I've taken a bite out of my rectangle, and I want to know how many squares are left. So I could just simply count the squares. I could take the number of squares that would be in the complete rectangle and subtract the number of squares I took away. Or I can take that partial rectangle and split it up into smaller rectangles and count the number in each of those smaller rectangles and add them together. So there are several different ways you can do that. And that's really developing that fluency between taking apart and putting together. That's also a building block to the 4th grade standard of decomposing that rectangle into smaller pieces. Now, the 4th grade also brings perimeter into it. And I can tell you, even on the college level, students mix up perimeter and area. So cognitively, understanding the difference between perimeter and area is a big deal. And it's not something that third graders need to deal with. They're still worrying about how do I multiply these things, how do I add fluently, and so forth. And from that standpoint, we really believe that those two standards are in the right places, that they shouldn't be swapped. And that's of course is your decision, your deliberation, but developmentally, that's kind of the reasoning behind why the third grade standard is what it is and where it is, and the fourth grade standard is what it is and where it is.
Thanks, Stephanie. That was my question, and you really spent a lot of time explaining it, and it makes sense for me for it to be the building blocks or the first opportunity and the multiplication piece. That makes sense. My question wasn't that clear as I reread it. I should have said, called out that section D, but the second part of my question said, save the dissecting of the area for fourth graders calculating area of different shaped items. And so I wonder if keeping the third grade standard the same with A, B, and C, and I wonder if we don't slide D to, the second point of that same fourth grade standard that I quoted there, that 4 MD A3, and then this would be a sub point under that potentially.
That is certainly a way to go, but personally, I see Part D as kind of an outgrowth of that Part C where you're doing that distributive property, because you're already breaking that rectangle into two pieces, or you're taking two rectangles and putting them back together. And so while you're doing that, why not play with a rectangle that has a bite out of it and see that you can still take it apart and put it back together, but you have to take it apart in a slightly different way. Sure.
I hear you, and it just seems pretty advanced for a third grader. And that was feedback, interestingly, feedback from two independent, different math teachers that are in the elementary level. Both said the same thing. So I was brought my attention to it. I don't know. I would, I guess, defer to the educators and the teachers and the professionals, but it would make sense to me to slide that, I think, more complicated dissecting of the areas to the fourth grade piece. But I understand what you're saying for sure.
Okay. All right. Anything else on that one?
I'll just point out that Part D, I mean, it does segue because the last part of it says applying this technique to solve real world problems. And that's really where you seem to be going with the context of the fourth grade standard. And so even just taking out, because we already have Part A, B, and C, and now we're going to take, potentially take that next little step in playing around with it and D and, decomposing and putting it back together. But then we're also going to add in, let's throw some real world problem, but we really just started to break ground on the concept. So at minimum, I could really see just bumping that whole next, because you really do up the mastery. If we're going to go back to that mastery piece, you really do up the mastery level of that standard by throwing in that solve real world problems. And that seems to be the meat of the fourth grade standard. So that would be, at least my suggestion is breaking that Part D into two parts, or, eliminating that last little clause in D.
And certainly that would make sense. Yeah.
Shannon, do you need a motion to do that, or is that would be reserved for a later time, or what?
I am just making a note. And so when we go back into that document and we're working on that, we'll go specifically to that standard and revisit it then. If there's no more questions on that particular question, I'm going to recommend that we take a brief break. We've an hour and 15 minutes so far, and we break until 10:30. Dr. Kolich, before I do that, I just wanted to, I think that leaves us with just 2 other questions left to discuss, correct?
Yeah, there are just a couple of questions, and most of these are really, really short compared to the meatier ones we've been discussing so far.
Okay, well, let's go ahead and cover those then, and then we'll take our break.
Okay, the next one I have is about the integrated series. What happens if a student transfers to another Tennessee system, which only has the Algebra 1, Geometry, Algebra 2 coursework? Is this a significant problem? This has been an issue as long as we have had 2 different sequences. It's going to continue to be an issue as long as we have 2 different sequences. It is, from what I have heard, in various meetings I've been in, it is certainly a problem for the student, but it tends to be a short-term problem. It doesn't take long for the student to catch on, because a lot of times you're using the same ideas. You're just using a different set of functions to do it. For example, someone told me, someone at the State Department told me that the biggest issue tends to be with a district that started in the traditional sequence, changed to the integrated sequence, and then changed back to the traditional sequence. And so that swapping back and forth tends to cause the most difficulty for students. Now, I don't know what the solution to that is, because this is always going to be solution or a problem anytime a student transfers in to Tennessee from outside Tennessee as well. And so if y'all can solve that problem, that's wonderful, but we haven't been able to figure out how to solve that problem yet. One question was on technology being limited to computer algebra systems and non-computer algebra system machines. Most of the school districts that I have dealt with use the non-computer algebra systems because most of the colleges and universities that accept their students use the non-computer algebra systems. Certainly, if our students were coming to college with the algebra skills and the statistics skills and the probability skills and the addition and subtraction skills that ensure they understand how a computer algebra system works, how things should be put into a computer algebra system, and how to recognize garbage when you get it out of a computer algebra system. I think most colleges would say, oh yeah, let's go ahead and use the computer algebra systems because that'll allow us to do more interesting things. But until we can get those skill sets instilled into our students, colleges and universities are going to stick primarily with the non-computer algebra system machines. And so that kind of limits how much high schools can do if they really want their students to be able to go into college. So this is to me, kind of a chicken and egg kind of problem. If we fix it on one end, we can fix it on the other end. Have there been studies comparing student performance in semester block courses to full year course offerings? I don't know of any national studies that looked at that, and I don't know that there have been any studies in states. So this is still a local education agency, a local school district decision. There were 2 notes on words. One of them is using the word no in a standard. And our groups talked about this. When we use the word no in a standard, so for example, no and use the formula for the area of a rectangle, that means that the students need to have that in their brains and not on the formula sheets. If we just say use the formula for the area of a rectangle to do something, that means that formula can be on the formula sheets. The students don't have to memorize that. So that the use of the word no is deliberate. It signals it's something the students should have memorized. And then someone asked about direct variation. I don't think it actually appears in any of the standards, but that phrase, that vocabulary is usually used when you're talking about linear equations, linear relationships. And so just because it doesn't appear in the standards doesn't mean that the vocabulary isn't being used. And so those were the ends of my notes. Do y'all have any questions on any of these things?
I would just like to make the comment that I mentioned the direct variation phrase because we stumbled for a minute and I was having trouble hearing the question over a standard related to y. It may have been y equals p times x. I don't remember for sure. And I didn't hear all of the question to fully understand it, but I was thinking inside that question, there seems to be this implicit word direct variation. And I also add that I put that in there because as a deliberate process, we met with the science department to say, what is your language and what are we not using that creates problems for you, that creates surprises for students? And they did mention their variation verbiage and the fact that students did not get it at first, that they felt like they were reteaching something that they shouldn't have to teach. I do think it's a matter of vocabulary. I do understand that, but maybe there is something deeper. And so I put it on the table for discussion. I appreciate your response, Stephanie.
I have a question. What do you mean by computer algebra system?
So when you're talking about calculators, so the TI-84 is just your basic calculator. There are some calculators that will do algebraic manipulation for
Like
you.
Inspire? The
Like
Inspire?
Inspire, right.
Okay.
So a computer algebra system is one of those kinds of calculators.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone have anything else?
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Kolich. Will you be joining? You'll be continuing on with us today for if we run across other questions, correct?
I will be continuing through until y'all take a lunch break. And then if you have anything after lunch, just have Catherine call me or email me and I can hop back on.
Okay. All right. Well, we will take a 15-minute break. It's 10:25 right now. We will return at 10:40. And that should give everyone time to snack or whatever they need to do, move around. And I will see you all back in 15 minutes.
Great. Thank you so much, Shannon.
I got caught. So, Catherine, are you here? Are we
I
ready?
am here.
Okay. We ready to keep going then?
Yep, take it away.
All right. Before we launch into anything major and start doing screen shares and pulling up Excel lists of standards, we talked about a lot of different things, some pretty broad topics, some very specific things. This morning with those questions and answers, I just wanted to give everybody an opportunity if there were things that they wanted to say or ask or for the group to consider before we continue on with the individual standard work.
Shannon, this is Ken. Just to follow up, a bit of a question. Stephanie brought up the point about non-CAS technology and making sure that students understand concepts rather than just entering numbers into a formula that they don't understand. And I didn't notice, maybe I missed it. Is this the kind of thing that is emphasized in the implementation stage, or do we actually have a role in making sure that, because I fully support that position?
Right. I think our role is just in the standards, how they're worded will imply or not whether the requirement for meeting the mastery of that standard is the conceptual understanding of that, whatever, a algebraic graph or whatever the function is. And so our ability to influence that one way or another would be with the level of expectation written into that standard and what it implies.
Yeah, I don't want there to be any wiggle room, because I really, we were talking about things that you observe from students coming up, and even in grad school, we don't allow students to just enter numbers into some obscure program. They have to be able to understand what it means. And as Stephanie mentioned, you don't understand that. If you get garbage, you don't even realize that you have garbage because you don't have the basics. So yeah, I really want to make sure that we're fairly strong on that.
Okay, thank you. I'll make a note. Anyone else? Okay. Just for planning purposes, I'm going to recommend that we work for another hour until 11:45, and that we break for lunch from 11:45 to 1 o'clock. And as we get closer to 11:45, we can kind of set our work agenda. We'll have a better idea of what our afternoon might entail. But again, just for everyone to kind of be able to plan ahead, that's going to be my recommendation. All right, now I have to remember how to share my screen. Let me get on the right tab real quick.
And you do have presenter rights.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Okay, yay, I didn't forget. All right, can everybody see I've got the graphic back up of the visual of the strands and the learning progression. Is that what's showing? Yes, it is.
Okay.
Looking good.
All righty. Since we have Dr. Kolich with us through lunchtime at least, I'm going to recommend that we go on to the 7 through 12 standards that we haven't touched on yet. That way, if new questions arise, that she's with us to answer those. And first, I am going to pull up the 7th grade. And let me ask for a consensus from the group. After having kind of done this last Friday and working through over this last week and questions, what is the preference to continue with the strands, or do we want to take by grade level? And I'm open to whatever the group thinks is going to be the most effective method for review.
I found going through the strands to be really helpful. So I think your idea was a good one, and we should continue if it's okay.
Okay.
Likewise, I would agree with Ken on the strands because as we get to 8th grade, we're going to see some overlap soon. And I think that when we get to that particular point, we'd be able to probably define some of that work that you want to define, Madam Chair, after lunch. So I think we'll get to that particular point, and I agree with Ken. Thanks.
Okay. All right. Strands it is. So this is the context for the 7th grade level in these strands. And I think this helps define the parameters for these particular standards and what the expectations are for that grade level. And so I will okay, and this looks like we did go through 7th grade on a couple of these strands last week because we were looking at the continuity. Did this question get answered earlier in that the written document and the Q&A with Dr. Kolich? This question of how the time is spent, the emphasis on the probability and statistics and that progression through the middle school grades?
Certainly answered my question, Ken.
Okay. Anyone else before I delete this? All right. All right. All right, number system is our first, no, I'm sorry, ratios and proportions are our first domain. And I believe we covered these last week. So I just need to drop all right. And I know we did, I feel like we skimmed over some of these in that progression discussion, but I didn't leave any notes to self that we had kind of officially checked them off. So I'm just going to keep scrolling until someone stops me and we have an item for discussion.
Shannon, just one question.
Yes.
On 7SPB3, there's a suggestion off to the right.
Repeat that standard description again. 7
SPB3.
Back up here.
It's at the bottom.
Oh, the standards and probably.
Cell 19 or row 19.
Right here. Yes.
So check out the suggestion there, and it says check IFD and make sure it specifically tells the types of distribution: side-by-side stem and leaf, box plot, line plots, dot plots. So is that anything we need to be concerned about, or was that accomplished, or is that our job?
Dr. Kolich, I'm going to defer to you on this one.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that was a note that the focus documents that Amy and Virginia were talking about. So this was a note to the State Department to check the focus documents and make sure it specifically tells the types of distributions.
And are Amy and Virginia going to be the one checking that? Do we need to, I feel like if we're going to clear something up and it might influence the standard, we need to do that now.
Yes. Virginia, feel free to chime in.
I'm attempting. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
What?
Okay. So Shannon, yes, we will check that within the IFDs, and if it is not there, we will update and make sure that gets added in. We're happy to do that.
So it's really intended more to influence the supplementary documentation and not the standard.
Right.
Okay. So I'm going to move this out to the side so it doesn't look like something that we are supposed to consider for the standard. Oops, just kidding. All right. All right, so back to the strands. So we had already done, last week, we went all the way through ratios and proportions through middle school. So that took us to number systems. And so I'm gonna go ahead and go to the 8th grade and pull up.
Excuse me.
Yes.
Flip down to line 22 in 7, because there's another note, and if you're going to move them off to the side, maybe you should possibly move that one as well.
Sure. The committee wanted this one?
No, it's in the suggestion column to the right.
Oh, sorry. Right here. The AFD needs to, okay.
Shannon, this is Amy. That is the column that is labeled IFD suggestion.
Oh, I'm
so
sorry.
you may actually leave
My
them
little
there.
camera up here is blocking that.
Oh, no problem. Just yeah, you may just leave them there, and then those will be notes that we share with the department for helping with training and facilitation of the new standards.
Okay, so what is that heading? Let me see if I can move this little, I have like the little mini screen of the
Yes, it's
go.
tough.
All right, I can see that now. Okay. It had been mostly blank for grades of standards, so I don't think we were used to seeing. I will drop this back over here. All right. I see that now. And then date of change, and I've been initialing out to this. Okay, so I'm going to go back to 8th grade then. So we will stay with, oh, why is it not scrolling? Okay. Number systems. So it looks like we just have these two for number systems. Check those off.
Excuse me, I'm sorry.
Yes.
You can hear me? In
Yes,
NSA 2, I don't think I understand the pi 2 ending. Do you understand? Estimate the value of the irrational expressions such as pi 2?
This is Stephanie. That's supposed to be pi squared.
Okay. Okay.
So there are a couple of places in this format where exponents were lost. And instead of being in an exponent, they were brought down beside whatever it is they're supposed to be. So you'll see x2 in a couple of places, and it's supposed to be x squared. pi 2 is supposed to be pi squared and things like that. If you go down to 8EEA2, that's 2 lines below that, you'll see that we had to put the little caret in to make sure that was x squared and x cubed. And we just forgot to do it in that one.
Okay, but I assume in the actual document, it doesn't look like that.
I hope not.
Okay, would you like me to make a note out to the side to be certain?
It probably would not hurt.
And as the person who will be going through all of these and putting them into the final format, and considering I am not a math person, while I will have math people double check my work, anywhere you can put in the caret to designate that it's supposed to be an exponent would be immensely helpful to me.
Okay. All right. So that should, are there any others that okay, we'll keep an eye out for those as we go. All right, so that's 7th and 8th grade number systems. All right, then we move on to expressions and equations. So this is one of those places right here on EEA2 where it uses the term contextual problem. And I just want to make sure that is more associated with the term that we see in other places that's mathematical. We're looking at, or are we looking for like a real world? Well, it said to strengthen the conceptual understanding in the rationale. So I just want to make sure that when a teacher reads this, especially in that the progression of other terminology, that they understand what the product of this standard should be.
Okay, this is Stephanie again. In this one, the contextual problem means we're looking at something that has some sort of context. So it
Right.
may be a formula, but it has an application of some kind. And the idea behind this particular standard was that you could take a formula, you could rewrite it in a different form to provide different information about the context. So an example of this would be the old, the ones that actually started with Common Core and have been kind of continued. If you're looking at calculating the principal plus the interest over several years, you can do a substitution in there to figure out what the monthly interest rate would be rather than the annual interest rate. So it's that kind of idea is where we're going with this.
Okay. Is this supposed to be in here twice on this, on B?
So,
Okay. Would you like for me to delete that? The second?
sure. We tried to catch all of those and we missed one or two, it looks like.
No, it's fine. I just figured while we were here. All right, and then that takes us into geometry. So if no further discussion in 7th, I'll move on to this strand in 8th. All right.
Madam Chair, when we get to the geometry part in the 8th grade, I got a couple of questions.
All right, yes, sir. I will make a note.
Gotcha.
So just Stephanie, just a reminder.
Yes.
We're seeing the same chi-square issue in the numbering system verbiage. So you just want to make a note of that, just for to make sure that it's identified.
In these expressions and equations, I haven't come across that yet.
No, number system, we're in 8th, right? Row 3. Basically the same language, I think.
Yes, I think it's got the little caret thing for now.
Okay.
So that they know to make that a exponent. Okay. Looking at notes. All right. Has everyone had a chance? This is one of the instances where a new standard was placed. And it's new in the sense of just relocating part of a previous standard. Okay. Go back to 7th. Now we are in geometry, but I believe your questions, Mr. Ford, were in 8th grade geometry.
That's correct. It was in 8th grade geometry.
Okay. So we'll get through the 7th grade. Oh, now we're in standard or statistics and probability. Okay. Let's go to the 8th grade. And we will come back to the functions strand. We will go to geometry. And Mr. Ford, I will let you address your questions.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. And you're spot on the sales E18 and E19. So I looked at both standards, the AGA1 and the AGA2. I can understand why these would be combined, but at the same time, I didn't know if any of my esteemed colleagues on the committee would want to possibly look at where if you look at the AGA1, it's mostly your one-dimensional items. You got your lines, you got your line segments, etc. But when I look at the rationale on why they want to take the 1 dimension and include it with the 2 dimension, where you're talking about translations, rotations, reflections, etc., the rationale is saying that we need to emphasize the connections between the experimental verification and the effects of the transformation. So I get the combination. When I used to teach this, I actually had to teach this separate because a lot of my students, I had to get them more astute on the 8GA1. And I'm just saying from my personal experience teaching geometry that eventually in that classroom, we ended up having to break it up. So I don't know if there was a rationale on combining. And then my second question is, what does it mean in the rationale where it says codes throughout need to be updated? Those are my 2 questions. Thank you, sir.
Dr. Kolich, are you able to provide some input?
I'm thinking this was done in the 6th through 8th grade team, and I'm trying to remember that conversation. I know that both of these used to be standalone standards, and there wasn't a lot of emphasis on talking about translations, rotations, and reflections in the 8th grade on the 2-dimensional figures using coordinates. And so part of the reasoning behind combining these 2 was to force a bigger emphasis on the coordinates and to help students realize that they're really doing the same thing, whether they're doing it on plain paper or whether they're doing it on a coordinate grid. And so what we were seeing when students get into high school and they're talking about functions and translating and rotating and reflecting functions where you're using coordinates, they're not making that connection back to what they did in 8th grade. So we wanted to increase the emphasis on using coordinates, tie these things more closely together rather than teaching them as separate ideas. And we're hoping that that would make the corresponding ideas when we're talking about functions make a little more sense to them. Now, I do not know what the codes throughout need to be updated means. My guess would be that's probably related to the instructional focus documents and so forth. So where things were formally coded to 8GA1 or 8GA2, they're now going to be coded to the same standard, but I don't know that for sure. Did that answer the question?
It did. If we can get verification regarding the codes throughout need to be updated, that would be great. As far as the standard, I can understand more now why 8GA1 would be merged in with 8GA2. And the response that you gave as far as getting prepared as we go to the next grade, because this is one of the domains where you got your 8th and your 9th and you're going from one grade to another and there's some overlap. But yes, you did answer that question as far as getting in preparation for the 9th grade, because when we get to that one, Madam Chair, the things that Dr. Kolich said as far as making sure that the students can differentiate between what they put on paper and what's not on paper is in the first 2 standards when we get to geometry on the SRC 9 through 12 standard revisions. So it's a good correlation. I don't think we'll have to do any additional work in making sure that that transition is fluid enough. So yes, thank you.
Stephanie, this is Virginia.
Yes.
The codes being throughout need to be updated is now that 8GA2 has been combined, what used to be 3 now needs to become 2. So it just means that for every standard below that one, the coding needs to move up one within the system, and they didn't take the time within this document to change what was 8GA3 to now be 8GA2. Does that make sense?
Yes, it's just renumbering then. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes. All right, so I take it that we are then in agreement with that standard, those two standards being combined then, based on that rationale, or at least purpose of moving forward.
Shannon, just one other comment.
Yeah.
I think that the intent, as Stephanie described it, is a good one, because that then supports the standards in the SP area as well. Because they're talking about relationships between two quantitative variables. So if you're looking at a two-dimensional coordinate, that helps to, again, support that idea that you can actually graph data points that have that on a two coordinate axis.
And I would be curious what the coordinating focus document resources and information look like on, or will look like for this new standard, because Mr. Ford, like you discussed, this still may be something that is taught while in conjunction in two different lessons, because we talked about, dissecting those standards for skills, and I don't know what the considerations are for that focus document in terms of covering this standard.
Shannon, any comments that you guys want to make about just making sure that that happens would be really helpful to us as we go back and re-edit them. We've actually put a significant chunk of time for a timeline to update all of those documents before the new standards were to be released. So any comments that you can add for us that this committee thinks needs to be addressed in those further would be very, very beneficial as my team works on these documents.
Okay, great. Well, Mr. Ford, I'm going to ask you to kind of revisit your personal experience then with these concepts, and ask if you have any specific recommendations that you would like to make for that team as they move forward with that work.
Okay. Well, as I said, from my experience, the AGA1 and the AGA2, I had to actually revisit the AGA1 with some of my classes, but everybody's class experience was different. There were 6 classes I taught, and I know at least 4 of them I had to go back and give visualizations on how the 1-dimension worked before we got to the 2-dimension. But I do understand Dr. Kolich's rationale on why they would be combined. So I wouldn't necessarily modify the document too much to where I believe that the teacher, the instructor, would have the latitude. If they had to break up HGA2 into 2 days, they would still be able to get everything in. So I think we're good with that. And it correlates with the 9th grade, which we'll talk about later. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
So any specific recommendations then on that insurance of the 1-dimensional focus versus, or prior to that 2-dimension, or anything, any recommendations they can put in that teacher focus document?
I believe we just have to make sure that they have the components of the former HGA1 first before they get to the 2-dimensional figures using coordinates, because when we get to the 9th grade, coordinates and angles and circles and perpendicular lines and line segments are the first thing up. And it's important, I believe, that they have the 1-dimension and the 2-dimension down, and they can differentiate accordingly. I can slow that down for you, Madam Chair. I'm sorry.
No, I'm just going to let you read what I put and see if that captures what you are Oh, oh. Oh. Okay, if you'll review that comment that
Let's get it.
okay. And then I'm going to have to mute for 1 second. I apologize. I have had someone come in. If I can find where to mute now that up here. Apologies. The other administrator in the building is on quarantine for a couple weeks, so everything comes to me now. All right. So we've covered those two. And all right, so it's still the theme about making sure those codes are properly changed and updated. I am unmuted, correct? Okay, yes. All right, thank you. I feel like I'm having middle school flashbacks looking at Pythagorean theorem and all of these standards.
I'm sorry, Shannon. You got to scrolling ahead of me a bit. I would like an explanation on 8GA3. Remove example from standard. What exactly does that mean?
Dr. Kolich, I don't see an example to have been removed.
I don't know what that means either.
Hey, Stephanie, this is Virginia.
Yes.
So, the standard that is being revised, the example that is provided, I'm going to read it out to you what's in this current standards. My guess is they're wanting to remove this. The standard that is currently printed there states, for example, arrange 3 copies of the same triangle so that the sum of the 3 angles appears to form a line, and give an argument in terms of transversals why this is so. My guess is that the committee didn't feel like that example gets at the heart really of what the standard is actually asking for students to do. That it's not a very good example of the standard.
That's already been done, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And I know from just the conversations when these standards were crafted several years ago, and some examples were put in, there was a lot of debate on whether or not to even put examples in because they didn't want to narrow a focus to any, they wanted teachers to really dissect that standard and, like she said, get at the heart of what it was asking students to be able to do. So I would not be surprised if that wasn't kind of the sentiment of the issue with this example. Okay, I will scroll a little more slowly and we'll go on down to this next set that's available. Oh, okay. We just have 4 left in the 8th grade geometry. And all right, so we're going to go back up and pick up the functions strand for 8th grade. All right, any discussion on the functions standards? I believe that takes us to statistics and probability, and I need to drop back to the 7th grade for that. All right. So the word understand, I understand the discussion around it. Because when you're designing lessons, when you're planning lessons for these and you're doing those learning objectives, that's understand is not a verb that you use. And so in terms of product and how a teacher would want a student to show mastery of this understanding, are we conveying that sentiment with the way the standard is worded now?
Shannon, I have to admit that I'm a little uncomfortable with the word understand. I'm struggling to come up with a better way to express this. Anybody else that might have a good idea if there are also questions?
We want to say master proficiency or something like that.
Or even, demonstrate.
Demonstrate, yeah.
Demonstrate understanding or demonstrate the probability of a chance event or that the probability.
What about recognize?
That could work.
Yes. So what would the, that gets you on a lower level of, that would be like an identification, which is kind of a lower level, like a Bloom's thinking process. Being able to demonstrate, create, analyze, something like that. I don't want to, if Dr. Kolich, what kind of, and I'm probably overthinking this, so I apologize, but what level of higher order thinking is the sentiment for the product of this standard or the mastery of this?
This standard is really in there to help students interpret the results of their probability calculations. And so students should know that when you calculate the probability of an event occurring, you should get a number between 0 and 1. And you know, my stat students don't always, they think a probability of 5 is just fine. So that's the first thing we've got to figure out. You've got to get a number between 0 and 1. And then the rest of that is pretty much intended to help a student understand the meaning of the numbers they get when they calculate that probability. So if you get a number that's close to 0, then you're looking at a low probability of something occurring. It's not going to occur very often. When you get a number that's close to 1, it's going to happen more often than not. And so the meaning of the probability 0.84 and the meaning of the probability 0.86 are not exactly the same, but they're both in the same ballpark. So they're both approximately likely to occur. I agree. Understand's probably not the best word there, but it's the intent of that standard really speaks to understanding what the numbers that you get mean and how to interpret it. And so, this is one of those we discussed back and forth, because understand is not an accessible verb. So part of what I do in my real job is I look at assessments, and understand is not an accessible verb, but there's not really a better word that we could come up with. Interpret might be a better word for the latter part of that standard, but it doesn't capture that the probability of the chance of it being a number between 0 and 1. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. So over in the IFD suggestions box, I just put the verbiage recognize and demonstrate understanding. I don't know if that's a better way to address that in that focus document, to just make sure that those are the action verbs that are to come from that standard versus,
Do you think
pulling
a
up. Do what?
simple example would be helpful?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
I was just wondering if a simple example to illustrate this might be, I mean, we all understand what we're talking about here, but for somebody who has never really thought about it before, a simple example like a meteorologist predicts that the chance of rain tomorrow will be 80%, or it'll be 10%. What does that mean? And I'm just wondering if that could, I don't know if that would help or not.
This seems like a place for that real world context verbiage, potentially.
I would caution you to choose something besides percentage chance of rain, because different meteorologists, the definition of percent chance of rain has evolved over the years. And so in some cases, it means the probability of me getting wet wherever I'm standing. I have a 10% chance of getting wet sometime today. And in some cases, it means over the area that we are looking at, approximately 10% of that entire area will get rain. So it's not, it's the meanings are not necessarily consistent, but I like where you're going with it if we can figure out a better example.
Well, I guess one of the things that strikes me is, real life is messy in a lot of cases, and probabilities are sometimes hard to understand. And at a foundational level, I guess my thinking is we should keep the example pretty simple. And then as we move forward, we can talk about iterations or deviations, why this may not be totally accurate or may not be applicable in all situations. Anyway, just food for thought.
Is the word comprehend ever used, and would it be appropriate here?
I like that. I sort of agree with Benita. I think that could be a good action verb.
I have my Webster here, and it emphasizes mental process when you use comprehend. It's a suggested alternative to understand.
Dr. Kolich, when you're thinking about what a teacher might do in a classroom to show an artifact that a student understands versus comprehends, recognizes these various verbs that we've thrown out. And I'm not talking about state assessment. I'm just talking about a classroom teacher trying to formatively walk around and know, yes, this student understands or the student comprehends these probabilities. How are we going to be asking teachers to gather that information?
I'm liking the word recognize instead of understand. So recognize the probability of a chance of is a number between 0 and 1 that expresses blah blah blah. So what I'm seeing, if we change that word to recognize, then you can talk about, well, what happens if I do a calculation and my probability turns out to be 2? Well, that means you screwed up the calculation. And that's kind of what we want them to recognize out of this standard. If you have a number bigger than 1, you've messed up something up. If you have a number less than 0, you've messed something up. So that's the first thing we want them to realize. And then we want them to interpret the probability in terms of how likely it is that that event will occur. So we want them to recognize probability as a scale between 0 and 1. And if you're on the lower end of the scale, it's more unlikely to occur than when you're on the higher end of the scale. So we're looking at that probability scale. So maybe recognize is the best word to use there.
Okay. Is there some consensus around kind of tentatively changing that word? And well, I'll get to question B depending on the answer to that first question.
I'm good.
Okay, and is the appropriate, Catherine, is the appropriate place for me to just go ahead and, or do you want me to make a note in the suggested change box?
Go ahead and do it in the suggested change box.
Okay.
Shannon, this is Virginia. Another thing you might consider adding to get at a little, if you're looking for any deeper, is under or recognize and explain why the probability of a chance event is between 0 and 1, which gets at the conception of saying, not only do I recognize that it happens, but then I can also provide my teacher an explanation of why it happens to fall between 0 and 1. Just one other thought if you wanted to take it a little bit conceptually deeper.
So I'm just typing while I'm thinking and we can. So it could be worded, recognize that and explain why the probability of I don't know if that's too compound.
This is Leslie Clifton. You could take it all the way up Bloom's taxonomy and do an evaluation of it by justifying. You could use the word justify. That's the highest level of understanding.
And I don't know what the progression of this looks like in the 8th grade. I don't know if that's something that we get to that next level with in 8th grade without referring back to. Is there a progression of this standard, Dr. Kolich, that
There is, but in 8th grade, you're moving more towards the compound events. So, and actually compound events is where it's more likely that your kids are going to screw up and give you probabilities greater than 1. So this is a fundamental piece leading to common errors in 8th grade, or leading to avoiding common errors in 8th grade, I guess I should say. But this is a fundamental piece of probability that you're always going to get a number between 0 and 1 as your probability.
So it actually kind of seems like there's two parts to this. A, you're recognizing that it's got to be a number between 0 and 1. And then B, you're interpreting whatever that number is to either be associated with a greater likelihood or an unlikeliness of the unlikelihood of that event.
Right.
There's really two parts.
Right. And I think that the rest of that, the larger numbers indicate greater likelihood, all of that stuff after that is fine the way it is. But the understand is the phrase that needed to change. And you can that actually makes it more accessible when it comes time to create the exams to go with this.
So what if we said, recognize that the probability of a chance event is a number between 0 and 1 and interpret the likelihood of the event occurring? So that's
Shannon, I like that better than recognize that and explain.
okay. I'll type correctly here in a minute. Maybe I'm trying to look in one place and type in another. Okay. So the tentative recommendation is recognize the probability of a chance event. Recognize that, left out a word, that the probability of a chance event is a number between 0 and 1, and interpret the likelihood of the event occurring.
And in that case, you don't need the rest of that stuff.
Oh, did I do that? Okay. Well, it's certainly, it's descriptive to the standard. It could become part of the focus document.
Mm-hmm.
So Dr. Kolich is saying that this secondary part of the standard would, if we changed that wording, wouldn't really become necessary, but it could be moved to the focus document as that descriptive information. What are thoughts on that?
Sure.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. That, oh, we still have, okay. And that, is there any, there seems to be some changes and notes on these last couple. Okay. Any further comments? I'm just going to update because it is 11:45 right now. Obviously, I think it would be wise to keep working through the 8th grade statistics and probability, and also go ahead and jump to that high school geometry portion that Mr. Ford mentioned while we have Dr. Kolich with us. And then we can take our lunch break from there if the group is okay with that. All right, 8th grade. All right, so this standard has been substantially based on public comment, made more concise. And they were comfortable with where it fit in the progression. And I think that was probably discussed in that large question and the very detailed response that we had gotten on one of those documents. Okay. I'd like to visit the high school geometry course introduction. Again, just for kind of that scope and sequence and context before we look at the course. Maybe if I jumped past it, so sorry. All right. Dr. Coolidge, if you could remind us, last week you had a great PowerPoint that talked about in some of these high school courses, things that had been added or removed or like moved to pre-cal. Were there any of those major topics that we could revisit real quick from you in geometry, high school geometry?
Okay, off the top of my head, we have removed formal proofs from geometry, and that's probably the biggest change that's going to cause shock among teachers, because formal proofs have been such a large part of geometry for many decades. The other things we have moved are more related to trig functions and trig identities and things like that that lead to those STEM fields. We kept right triangle trigonometry, coordinate geometry, things that are more applicable across other fields, but the deeper you get into trig beyond right triangle trig, and the use of trig as a function, we've actually moved to pre-calc, and I think those were the biggest changes we made to geometry.
Okay, thank you. That was helpful. I knew there was a biggie in those formal proofs. I can kind of already see a geometry teacher that I know her, hopefully her head doesn't. I feel like that emoji where there's the little smoke coming out the top when she finds out, but I understand the logic.
I will say that some of those comments I read you this morning about that came out of that partner discipline things, one of the recommendations was specifically that formal proofs should be avoided in these grade levels, except when absolutely necessary to contribute to understanding, and to rely more on explanations and reasoning rather than formal proofs, because I can tell you from experience, students may be able to understand things that they can't always communicate, and when you get into all of the symbols associated with formal proofs, that's where they begin to hate what they're doing, and you do more damage than good, because you're busy convincing them that they don't really know what they're talking about in those formal proofs, and that's kind of what we're trying to avoid. We want to encourage students to explain, because it's likely they do understand what they're talking about. They just may be getting hung up in symbols.
Okay. All right, Mr. Ford, I believe you had some specific questions or comments related to these standards.
It's just mostly comments, and I know that Karen got one and sent something in the chat talking about the third sentence in the geometry paragraph should say students and not student. We're just were a second ago, so it's just a minor modification, but mostly comments on the geometry. I believe that what we did for the 8th grade now will be a fluid transition to cells D2, D3, D4, and I want to say D, let me find it real quick. No, that was it. So I don't think we'll have to do too much work now as far as looking at some of those in geometry. Well, we might find some other ones, but I know with at least those particular standards, a fluid transition to 8th to 9th, I believe, has been well defined right now. And if we find anything else, I don't see anything else, but if anybody sees anything else that may be worth looking at, then we can go from there. Thank you.
Now, you mentioned D2, and this, if I'm reading this correctly, it's
Sorry.
suggesting we remove the standard.
I was just looking at the standards. I wasn't looking at the suggested changes. I was just trying to make sure that the standards that we had in the 8th grade coincided with the standards for the 9th. I didn't get a chance to look at the changes, but you're right. It does say removed from high school. So that would be a question for the body. What would they want to do?
But then it has a note about adding something to the focus document regarding these definitions, but the suggestion is to remove the, yes, if someone could speak to what the reality of the standard is.
All right, so the original standard is to know the precise definitions of all of those things. Those are covered in middle school, and it's basic vocabulary that students are bringing in with them to high school. And so the recommendation was to remove all of this from high school because it's already been covered in middle school. And so the recommendation is for the focus document is that geometry teachers should not start with these. I'm sorry, the focus documents for the 6th, 7th, and 8th grade should not start with the definitions, that they should start with the concepts and develop the formal, precise definitions in middle school.
Okay, I'm going to make a little clarification note. And so I didn't catch where this landed then, if it's in an earlier grade.
I don't know. I haven't looked at them in a couple of months, so I don't know where it is in the earlier grades either.
Okay. I'll make a note to go back on our break and look for that.
If anybody else has an opinion regarding this, whoever might have taught geometry, but I understand what the good doctor's saying on that, but I'm sort of conflicted on the, do you teach that part just as a refresher, just to make sure you know where your class is at, or do you go ahead and go with the next standards and find out from there to see if you have to go back one step? So I'm open to hear anybody's opinion on that.
Pedagogically, I think you'd want to review that vocabulary anyway, but removing that standard means that that will not be tested in high school.
Okay.
I'm still confused about the end goal. When it says end goal, is that the end goal of middle school? Is it a particular grade in middle school? That I'm not clear on.
That should be the end goal in middle school.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any that people want me to just go ahead and skip to that you already had comments or questions? Or I can just keep scrolling down. So I'll have to look back. I'm not sure. The essence of this standard, it is less wordy, but it does seem to be the same as far as, use the definition and define similarity. So did they move some of this to 7th grade? Or did you all move some of?
I think we did, but I do not know for sure.
That's fine.
Uh,
I'll give it a look.
I apologize. I just don't remember.
No, it's fine. I was just, and my only reason for even looking or asking would just be to look at the progression of that. Because define is still kind of a lower order, basic order thinking. And so I would be curious if something got moved, what's the predecessor to that? What does move to PC? Is that what is PC?
PC is pre-calculus.
Oh, okay. So this is one that it sounds like when it was moved to pre-cal, it's had some wording update.
Yes. Now we as a group did not work on pre-calculus. I worked with someone in the Department of Education to make sure all the things that were moved out of these first three courses were moved into pre-calculus appropriately.
So right here, it says new cluster heading, use coordinates to solve problems and justify simple geometric theorems algebraically. But this hasn't been updated. Do I need
Yes,
to go
that's,
ahead?
yeah, that needs to be updated. That's the old, what you're pointing to right now is cluster heading.
All right. Is that true for, or is, oh, so that's true here too, in this one? All right. Catherine, do I need to go ahead and make that update, or will that be part of the final document review process?
Sorry, can you say that one more time?
So they have a recommendation for a new cluster heading over here, but it has not, it just lacks a word or two of being updated in the actual cluster heading.
If that is a change you guys want made, if you could actually change it, that would be helpful to me.
Okay, sure. Everyone on board with the use coordinates to solve problems and justify simple geometric theorems algebraically for the new cluster heading? To solve problems. I have to scroll back down. And justify simple. Okay. That one's going to be removed. And this one gets the new cluster heading also. Okay. So that's the end of that cluster. Is there any further discussion on those? I'll move to the next cluster. Okay. So there's some revision suggested change to this one and also a proposed new standard. And this note over here about the 8th grade, the coordinating 8th grade standard.
Okay, the proposed new standard was just part of the discussion. And I think that actually has been added as part of the functions rather than part of the geometry. I don't know off the top of my head, but really the team discussion captured what we were thinking at the time. We were creating and crafting these revised standards. And I don't know that we ever updated any of this to tell what our final decision was. And so this was if the no was kept in 8th grade was just meant to be a reminder to go back and check that. So I think we checked that. I don't remember what the outcome was. I think we checked it and no was removed from 8th grade. So no was removed from 8th grade. And so we removed it here too.
Okay.
So these will be things that will be on the formula sheets.
And the discussion around the proposed new standard kind of went a different direction.
Yes.
Okay. And here's another new cluster heading. Instead of use the rules of probability to compute probabilities of compound events in a uniform probability model. That's a little much. Understand dependence and conditional probability and use them to create visual representations of data. If the group is in consensus with that, I will go ahead and make those tentative adjustments. Oh, no. Okay, I'll go back. All right. And so these coding things, Amy, I think you said your team was the one that was going to be, or Catherine, someone had already made mention of getting the coding updated.
We will double check all coding when we go through and compile these into the document for the state board to vote on.
Okay, because this indicates that this A needs to be no, that's a C. Okay. Okay, and that is the end of the geometry, the high school geometry standards. Is there any further discussion at this time? Okay. All right, I want to extend another big thank you to Dr. Kolich for her time and expertise and input, and to Amy and Catherine and Virginia this morning for all of the assistance that you all have been so far. I think we're all due for a lunch break at this point. So, Catherine, is there anything that you need to say to the group before we break?
Nope.
Okay. So a return at 1:15, that gives us an hour. That's a sufficient time frame for everyone? Or do we need to extend to 1:30? In the interest of trying to wrap up this afternoon, I was going to stick with the 1:15.
Madam Chair, could you do me one small favor?
Yes, sir.
I know that when we get to the end of this particular spreadsheet, I know we'll start trying to entertain motions, etc. When we get back, I know that we did a lot of amendments on geometry. If you could let the body know if there were any other amendments at large that we did, because what I've done on the side is put a few possible motions together. And I know that, like, when we just finished geometry, one of the motions hypothetically could be, I move that we accept the clusters for geometry as amended, but I just want to see if there's any other ones that we amended as well.
Yes, and one of the first things that we can do when we come back is, while we're here, I'll just leave it with geometry pulled up. While we're here, we can go ahead and make that motion and have that vote. As far as some of the things that we still lack, we lack review of the integrated standards for 1, 2, and 3, Algebra 1 and Algebra 2. In addition, we have to go back and revisit the K-8 standards in terms of the tentative notes that we left and any kind of motions and voting there. So another item for consideration. And just practically speaking, I think that we're probably going to need to be looking at some additional time, unless we're just very efficient this afternoon, which is possible. So I won't count that out, but that's just another item for our food for thought.
Absolutely, Mr. Chair.
We'll
All
also make a quick note. Remember that any changes you have made to specific standards in Algebra 1, Algebra 2 geometry, you will need to go into the integrated 1, 2, 3 and make the same change in the respective standard.
And they are the same code, correct?
Not
Great question. I have not looked at the standards.
I don't think they are always.
No, I can tell you they're not the same code.
Yeah, it is the same content, but not the same code. So this
Okay.
is completely up to you all, but one thing you might think about is finishing with high school Algebra 1, Algebra 2 geometry today, maybe going back to elementary and middle school, and then taking some time between now and a future meeting to look at the proposed changes to the traditional pathway and see what that would do to the integrated pathway, see where those changes would slot in. Completely up to you. That's just one way that you might think about working.
Okay.
Amy, one additional thing I have that could potentially help the committee, Catherine, we shared it with the development committee when they worked, is actually a crosswalk between the current Algebra 1, Algebra 2 geometry standards and the integrated standards. So it's not a hunting and pecking for you to have to figure out where those do align, but so that you have a tool to help you when you're doing your crosswalk check. That might be a very beneficial document for this committee as they're trying to do that check.
Great. Virginia, would you be able to email that to me and then I can upload it to their Microsoft Teams page?
Absolutely.
Great. Thank you.
That is great. Thank you. Okay. All right. Well, let's all get some food first, and then we'll come back and map out the rest of our game plan for the afternoon. Thank you all. Have a good lunch break, and I will see you at 1:15. I guess, do we need to do an afternoon roll call to see who's back, or
Probably be
we just?
wise.
Okay. Do we? It looks like we may need to give it another minute or two.
That sounds smart. And Shannon, I just emailed you as well. I just saw your email come back through. Great. Thank you.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
And Shannon, I emailed you the document as well of the crosswalk of standards, as well as uploaded it to the Teams page.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Oh, is this it right here? This standards tracker?
Yes, it is.
All right, good deal. I don't know if you've seen my email back yet, but I went through the geometry and highlighted the boxes where we had made changes, so we at least have a record to work off of.
That'll make it much easier.
All right, we're giving everybody another minute or two. Okay, I'm going to welcome everybody back this afternoon. I hope you all got some good food and fuel for the afternoon if you need it. I don't know about anybody else, but I've been living on a lot of caffeine and Jesus lately, or, since school started, basically. So, Catherine, are we going to do another roll call then? Is that what you said? Or do we
Let's
just need
just-
to?
I would
Let's
say let's
just
go ahead and let's go ahead and do one, Catherine, just to make sure we've got a hold of everybody.
That's what I was just gonna say. Okay, Benita Albert.
Present.
I apologize. Someone is mowing their lawn right outside my window. Teresa Boston. Leslie Clifton.
Present.
Edmund Ford.
I'm here.
Rita Sowell.
Here.
Karen Vogelsang.
Here.
Joseph Wingfield.
Present.
Ken Berger.
Present.
Shannon Duncan.
Present.
Madam Chair, you have 8 members present.
All right, thank you. So just a little bit of update and information. The tracking document that shows the integrated math standards and alignment across the Algebra 1, Algebra 2, and geometry standards is now loaded in the files section of our team page, our team tab, and that can be reviewed. I did go back through the geometry spreadsheet and just highlighted the cells in which we made changes so that the state, Amy and Catherine and I think are going to work together to make those coordinating changes in the integrated math standards as well. That brought up the suggestion, that brought up the thought and the subsequent suggestion that we maybe need to push pause on any voting for the high school until we're done covering all of them, because with how the integrated math flows and how some of these progressions work, we may need to go back and revisit or relook or revise even in some of these coordinating subject or courses. So that's going to be my recommendation, that we get through all 3 of these high school courses and even revisit some of our previous work, because a lot of the revisions do center around the work of ensuring appropriate progression. And so one change here may domino another change in another place. And so I didn't want us to get ourselves nailed down in having voted on something and then need to relook at it. So that is going to be my suggestion on that. And we will aim then this afternoon to look at Algebra 1, Algebra 2, and then go back to discussions that we had on the K8, basically, the ones we covered last week. All right, so any comments or questions or suggestions before we move forward?
I support the approach that you just recommended. I think it's the best way to make sure that we have a solid product at the end. So I think that's a good idea.
All right, thank you for your input. That said, the algebra course description, the introductory description, is up on the shared screen. And I will start out. One of the teachers that I sought feedback from in terms of the 8th to 9th grade progression is actually that math interventionist that I discussed that works in our 9th grade transition classroom, where we work on those skills gaps in math for students. And so the only piece of feedback that she had was that Algebra 1 lacked solving quadratics and property of exponents and factoring, specifically special patterns for factoring and multiplying. And it will be difficult maybe without Dr. Kolich to respond to that. But I didn't know if anyone else in their examination of that 8th to 9th grade, 8th grade math to Algebra 1, that bridge, and even thinking into foundational learning for the next courses, had found those missing pieces either. And that may be a question that and I didn't get this email until yesterday at 3:13, so I apologize, Catherine, or I would have sent it to you to add to the list for Dr. Kolich.
That's fine.
That may be something, because that might have been one of those topics that they took out and moved or didn't feel was appropriate in that Algebra 1 course. But like I said, that specific teacher saw those content categories as needing to be, or wondering where they were in the Algebra 1 standards.
Shannon, could you give that list again of her concerns?
Yes, and I don't mind trying to put them in the chat feature either. Solving quadratics and property of exponents and factoring. And she said special patterns for factoring and multiplying. So I know there's a scope and sequence involved, and that, and Virginia, you may be able to help me with this. That may be beneficial to pull up this document. Oh, no. Okay, does it?
So, Shannon, those standards that deal with quadratics blend over 2 of your strands in high school. They're going to blend, and you'll find them in one of 2 places. You're either going to find them in the function standards or in the algebra standards. It could go either place. There is an explicit standard that talks about factoring and talks about the different ways to do that. I cannot remember right off the top of my head what that standard is, but what I would encourage you guys to look for is have those few things she just mentioned in mind as you look through them, and reading the scope and clarifications may help you find exactly where those are. Does that make sense?
Yes, and I will put those topics in the chat.
I believe your factoring hits in your algebra strand when you get to the reasoning with equations and inequality standards, the REI standards.
Okay.
They're what used to be around REI B2, B3, in that vicinity when you get to that point.
Okay. We will, I'll watch for them then. Okay. So this one suggests a cluster heading change that just really changes one word: reason quantitatively and use units to understand problems. So versus solve. Is the group in consensus to change that one word? Okay. Those look like they were combined.
Shannon, the standard you just passed is the one with quadratics in it, for solving quadratics.
Oh, you're right. I skimmed right over it. Okay. Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
for C24 and C25, we're missing our clusters. And when I looked at the other spreadsheets, those are the only two spots where we're missing our clusters. You see that little plus sign right there? There's a
I do.
plus sign for C24, and then there's a blank for C25. And I'm not sure if they're the prior cluster or if they're the cluster C, or are we missing a B in the middle?
It looks like according to the standard code, it looks like we're missing a B.
Right, so we'll need that for C24 and C25 cells.
And it doesn't indicate. All right. Is that on any of the other documents?
No, I've already checked.
Virginia, what about the documents that you have?
So which one are we missing? FIS?
B, it appears that we're missing cluster B because we have A here, which is the new standard. And it does say all standards in FIF need to be renumbered, but that wouldn't change a cluster heading.
No, the next one.
It's got B3 and B4.
Interpret functions that arise in applications in terms of the context is what the old one was.
Okay, there's actually a third one. There's 3 right here that are B that are all missing cluster headings.
My guess would be from looking at those standards, relationship, it should be interpret, functions that arise.
Arise or arrive? Arise?
A-R-I-S-E. Arise.
Okay.
And application, plural, sorry, in terms of the context. I also placed in chat the standard that covers properties of exponents.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand what all you just said.
Yep, so the two things that the teacher was looking for, the second one was properties of exponents.
Oh.
I put that in the chat for you, what standard that's covered in.
Okay, thank you. Let me copy and paste this real quick. Okay, well, I kind of zoomed over the actual descriptions of those, so let me go back up for just a second. I'm going to go into chat. Oh, maybe not. E3. Okay. So in this one, they changed the recognize to know, which is kind of another one of those like understand words, which in certain contexts is okay, but this is like its own part of the standard. Which I won't get hung up on that, but
do you think they did that because know has the connotation for assessment that it has to be memorized?
I
Or they're trying to-
believe
that's what I was
the case.
kind of thinking through how that would look for a classroom assessment in a state. Okay.
Maybe the only reason I would say that's maybe not the case is that doesn't have to do with a formula. There's no formula that would go with that part A that the student would have to know for the assessment. So I don't actually know why they changed it to know, but that wouldn't have an implication for assessment because it's not a formula.
Gotcha. Thank you, Virginia. The social studies teacher will go on mute now.
No problem.
No, I was just, I go back to the basis for the previous one where they had the understand and, if a teacher is trying to do individual assessment, formative assessment in the classroom, how are they going to know that the student knows? What are they looking for? Are they looking for being able to express that? Are they looking for the recognition within a bigger problem or a bigger function? That's just kind of where I was going with that. Okay.
Could I ask, I'm sorry, I'm trying to look back and forth because the scrolling screen gives me a little bit of eye trouble. There is a comment, let's see if I can find it again. Oh goodness, yeah, under A1 F LE B4. Found it? Yeah. It says mark with an asterisk, right? To name as a modeling standard. Was that done?
I guess I assumed that had to do with the focus or the whether is it part of the scope and sequence or is it part of the informational document?
Benita, can you ask your question one more time?
There's a suggestion, mark with an asterisk to name as a modeling standard. Where is the asterisk? It's not on the standard, it's elsewhere?
So within our high school standards, we have a subset of those standards that are identified specifically for modeling to encourage our high school teachers to use real world modeling as they teach those standards. This particular standard has not in the past been marked as a modeling standard. So this is the recommendation to add it in to become one of that subset of the standards to be taught using modeling.
Gotcha.
Does that help?
So is that why these have these little asterisks also?
At the end of that statistics one right there.
Yes. There's one here, and it's fine. I just thought that might be part of that pattern.
I don't know if it is or if it's referring to something out in the rationale that would give that explanation to go along with that asterisk. You're now out of my realm of expertise potentially for how they notated things when they did the revisions. I can tell you that those standards have not in the past been modeling standards. I'm not sure if that's what that is notating or not. That would be a Stephanie question, as her group is the one who actually did the markup in this document. And it doesn't have the reference like the last one did, so I don't know.
I can let you know if they wanted it added as a modeling standard, it would have been stated use asterisk to identify as modeling standard. These asterisks, I'm going to guess, are referring either they put it in as a note to themselves to go back to it, or is referring some other like internal labeling system that they used.
Okay. Okay. Any discussion? Okay. We'll preview the Algebra 2 introductory paragraphs.
Shannon, in that second sentence, should that be studied versus studies?
Oh, second sentence. Oh, wait, second I'm sorry. Where?
In the second sentence, it says, in particular, cubic, exponential, et cetera, functions are studies.
Our study. Good catch. Yes. And oops. Sorry, I'll scroll back up to the top. There we go. So this says a cluster heading change to go from to solve problems to understand problems. Which solve kind of is more of a functional word, but I won't get, it's a cluster heading. So any additional discussion on that, I'll get that highlighted. It's just one. Okay. Okay, this, does that have a, this box that I've highlighted, does that go with something I'm not seeing?
Let me pull it up in myself real quick and take a look. We're in Algebra 2. Okay, give me one moment.
Okay, I'll just highlight and we can come back.
I am not sure. I'm going to go ahead and flag that for Stephanie and see if she can hop on real quick.
Okay. Sorry, I've just got my text notification that my new baby niece is here, so I had to stop and look at pictures. Okay.
Congratulations, that's exciting.
It is. I mean, it's their 5th, but
Still great.
it is. It's great. She's cute.
Aw.
She has cute little cheeks. They're in Huntsville, so I won't get to see her right away. So this is the second or third time I've seen this kind of comment. I'm assuming that this suggested change is after they've revisited and this is their final recommendation.
Correct. And Stephanie will be back on in just a moment.
Okay. Oh, hi. I'm okay. I'm going to take note where I left off. I'm going to scroll back up. So we have a little lonely friend right here.
I think that is a new standard.
Does it fall under these same domains and clusters?
Stephanie, that is the first standard in SSE and Algebra 1 that was not carried across to Algebra 2 previously, if that helps tweak anything for you at all. But that is the very first standard in Algebra 1.
I think, give me just a second. Let me look at some stuff that I've got. I think what we had wanted to do was carry that over so that it appeared in both of the courses. Is that the one? No, let's see. Let me go back and see which one it is. Interpret expressions that represent the quantity.
While y'all are waiting, you can see the cute baby cheeks. I have a new niece.
So
Sorry.
cute.
Yes. That my nephew is the only boy, so my dad just offered to come rescue him. Okay.
Okay, we wanted to include that in both courses. In Algebra 1, the tasks were limited to linear and exponential expressions. And in Algebra 2, we pulled in quadratic, cubic, and exponential functions. So it's the same standard, but there's a different focus as to what the expressions can look like. Does that help?
We just need to, if it's staying in some form or fashion, then I need to fill in the items to the left.
Okay, it goes in the cluster interpret the structure of expressions under SSE, under seeing structure and expressions.
All right. Is that down here where we can insert it? Okay. So this.
Yes, it should be in there.
So
Are you replacing the one you're removing with this?
Yes, that's the only one that's in there.
okay, so this in yellow will be the new A2, A, SSE, A1.
Yes.
But is that going to be the standard descript? Okay, no, it's just replacing, oh, I'm about to, excuse me. All right, so I will.
Catherine, while she's typing, I've got a document where I sat down and put the revised standard under all of the cluster headings and so on, and in each course, so you could compare Algebra 1 geometry and Algebra 2 side by side, plus all of the scope and clarification pieces. And I've got the same thing for the integrated sequence. Would it be helpful for me to send you these so they can kind of see things side by side?
Yes, that would be great. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Let me pile those in an email and I'll send them to you.
Great. I appreciate it. And then Shannon, I will upload those to the Microsoft Team page as well.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yep.
All right, so we have that sorted out now. So now I can go, we left off at line 24, so I'm going to go back to that. Okay. So this is the chunk of, looks like the trig functions that all got moved to pre-cal. The sheet, okay. I'm assuming that this is the only wording that's the actual standard, correct? This is like for the scope and sequence.
Sorry, I apologize. I was uploading those documents to the team page. What was your question?
Well, so I said, I assume this is the only wording that pertains directly to the standard. This is some of that. This is
Correct.
maybe for the scope and sequence. Okay.
Yes.
Or for the other document. Okay.
Yeah. And those two documents are now in the team page as well.
Great, thank you. Oops. So this has been split into two standards. But there's only one row. Do I need to insert, just double check that it's not, no. Do I need to insert another row and?
No, I'll be able to do that.
So that we catch that.
Yeah.
So there are already quite a few more Algebra 2 standards than Algebra 1. The last work that was done with standards, it wasn't a full-on pacing guide, but they did do some sort of, you would have to cover, these, if in the logical progression of the Algebra 2 standards, you would cover these things together or in a row, and we estimate that the pace, they paced it out to make sure it was doable. And one of the things that we did the first round with Algebra 2 was take out to lessen some of the standards because it was such a bulky course. And I know several of them moved to pre-calculus. I was just curious if and what the discussion has been around sufficiently covering, because it's a tested subject, and B, it's one of the more difficult ones.
Yes, this was a point of lengthy conversation in both the educator advisory teams and the standards development team. I believe the conclusion that was come to is, one, there are less standards than there originally were in Algebra 2 before this review cycle. And there's even less content. The reason the number of standards didn't shrink quite as much as the content shrank is because some standards were split into multiple standards. So Does that make sense?
Yes, like the one we just saw.
Correct.
All right, so we have to change a heading a little bit here and use them to create. I like that word.
And for you, Shannon, to note, you, Amy, and I can definitely work on this before the next meeting, but ideally, this document will have the domains, clusters, standards, everything the way you want your team wants it to look. And so feel free to edit any of these columns.
Okay, okay. Oh, so these new standards here, are they in the same domain? It has the new cluster heading. It's statistic.
Yes, I would assume that it is within the same domain, since it is statistics and probability. They would have put it somewhere else if it was with a different domain.
Well, that would make it a B. So this, you all will, because it says cluster C, but it's got B, then it says same language. When you all clean up the numbering, the coding, will that all get hashed out, or do I need to, I don't understand what to fix.
Sorry, I was muted, didn't realize. I will hash it out. As I've been sitting and watching y'all go through this, I am going to set a goal for myself to actually go through and hash out as much of this as possible before your next meeting, so that it is like neat and organized, and then y'all can do like a final run through of everything, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So when you go back through it, it may not be in this Excel file anymore. It may be a Word document that then you guys can go through.
All right, comments, concern, the above on Algebra 1, Algebra 2, or geometry?
Shannon,
Yes.
I would like to go back to your teacher's concern. I think we addressed all of them except perhaps the, let's see, I'm looking on your chat. Multiplication of factors. Yeah, I guess that would be expansion, right?
Special pattern, yes. I did not have a standard link to that yet for special patterns for factoring and multiplying.
Uh-huh. I'm sorry, you did not find the multiplying or?
I did not run across it, and Virginia had helped me locate the one on exponents.
Right.
So I might default back to Virginia on that with the factoring piece for Algebra 1.
And I think implied in that is also going the other direction, right? Expanding.
Yes.
I completely forgot to ask me for that. So give me half a minute. If y'all want to move on, let me look for a second and see if I can find it. Give me a second.
Okay, thank you. All right, so aside from that item, are there any other points for discussion with these 3 high school courses? Understanding that we will go back, there is a tracking document on how those link to the integrated math courses and the identical, once we've made everything official and voted and approved, those same changes will be made in those integrated math standards as well. Okay. Oh, did you have something, Mr. Berger?
I just have this gnawing feeling that Algebra 2 might be one of those killer courses. Let me put my microphone on so you can hear me. I'm sorry. I just have this gnawing feeling that Algebra 2 might be one of these killer courses for some of the students, because it is I mean, I can understand that somebody who really does well in Algebra 1 and can, and the teacher can, okay, we're just going to spend 15 minutes on this particular topic and zoom, zoom, zoom. But in my experience, that, maybe a third of the class or a half of the class who didn't get those A's in Algebra 1 might take a considerable amount of time to, if you're really going to understand this material, we need to do one more example. And if you multiply that over a number of these different areas, I don't know, maybe that concern is unfounded, but it's just, I'm a little bit worried that we may be asking, is it better to really do a good job covering 75% of the material as opposed to zipping through 100% and losing part of the class? That, I don't know if that's the trade-off, but that's one of my concerns.
No, and I voiced my concern early on about that Algebra 2 experience for so many of our high school students. And, then I did just comment a minute ago about the bulk. And I understand that in theory that it is less standards, but there's some pretty jam-packed standards in this course, some pretty intense and high-level standards. So that's a great question for consideration. One of the things that I personally would like the opportunity to do after a lot of the conversations that we've had and discussing various edits or the rationales, before we vote or finalize on anything, I would like I need some more time to go back and consult with some of our Algebra 2 teachers some of our 7th and 8th grade math teachers, some of the stuff we've talked about with statistics and probability and geometry. And so I think that, especially with the pacing of going back over everything and what we still have left to do today, I think it's fairly assumable that we're going to have to plan for another meeting. So I personally would like that opportunity. And if we have that time, I would encourage everyone else to take some of these larger points of discussion from today and either, you've got the personal background in those areas or consult with some others and let it kind of stew for a little while before we come back.
I totally agree with what you're saying about going back to the teachers, because I don't have that perspective. I'll readily admit that. If I look through all of these standards and I'm going, yes, 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 at the end of the day, I've checked them all off. But what about, a quote unquote, maybe a C student? How would that individual or that group of individuals fare with this very, very aggressive schedule? And the teachers are the ones who ought to be able to really help us with that question.
Mm-hmm. I agree. Okay. We'll just kind of push pause then with these high school courses. And we'll come back to the factoring and when we get that information for that algebra standard, we'll come back to that. In reference, yeah.
I might ask, I was just curious, Edmund, do you have any experience with this or do you have any observations that are appropriate for this discussion? Because I'm curious.
I have been listening to everything. So I did not teach that much statistics and probability. It was mostly geometry, algebra 1, and then pre-calculus. The year that I left is when I got put into a statistics class. I would say this, that I do agree with the chair as far as getting more information regarding the algebra 2 and the statistical part. I would go with whatever the body would like to do, but everything that's been said has been valid, and I think that this particular section would need some more in-depth so that some of the things that we've discussed that have been of concern could probably be alleviated. Now, I would ask, Madam Chair, do you think that it looks like we're leaning toward a third meeting? When you get these responses, do you think we would be able to get those responses in a timely manner to where we might be able to resolve some of these issues in a third meeting, or worst case scenario, a fourth?
Personally, yes, I believe so. Because at this point, I have some pretty specific questions that I would be getting feedback for.
Okay.
So I can't speak for everyone else, but yes, I would be working toward that resolution of the full package of standards.
Well, Ken, I do trust the chair and I do trust the body to get the answers that we need to get.
Yes, thanks. I was just, my biggest problem is a lack of experience in that area. I mean, the only experience I have right now is talking to my grandkids. And my oldest grandson loves algebra. He loves math. So I don't know, we need to speak to some teachers who have to work with the students who are struggling with these concepts. And I think that would be really vital.
Yes, I have one teacher in mind that I'm going to be going straight to. With our block schedule, we are able to teach an algebra 2 AB type course where they take A in the fall and they take the second section in the spring to get their credit. And that has been a lifeline for many of our students. And we have multiple, it's not just one class. We have about 2 or 3 classes full of these students each year. So she's going to be the first person I go to and run some of this by her. Miss Albert, I know you have high school background as well. What's your input? Oh, I think you're still on mute.
Are you able to take people off of mute, Madam Chair? There you go.
Okay. She is.
Am I on?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay. I am not your statistics probability person, although I do know people who can certainly address this. I taught it, and obviously have background in it, but I have not taught all of what is implied here.
And really, I was a little more zoomed out just on Algebra 2 as a whole, being such a dense course and a difficult course. And with what has been suggested for the course as a whole, what your first impressions were as far as, again, going back to that discussion of most of our K-12 students, public K-12 students, equity in preparing them for the future, but also having a reasonable amount of topics and standards in this course.
Are you asking me?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Okay. Sorry. I do understand some of the changes, and I worry that there are a significant number which will impact pre-calculus. I do worry about that because pre-calculus is already loaded, and I didn't see anything coming off the plate of what was visible to me from the team's documents. So that was my concern on that end. I think that you are right. I think that it is our most challenging effort to get through kids through Algebra 2 and eligible for another year of mathematics. And I was interested in what you said, that you actually, even though you're on block schedule, took the full year to accomplish the items that were there in the past. I think that won't change from what I see in Algebra 2. I think that it is equally as big and broad and challenging.
Okay, thank you. All right. Well, we can move on then if the body wishes to, and we can go back into some of those K-8, and go back to some of those notes that we'd left ourselves. One that I have specifically from this morning, from one of the question comment documents that was sent to us. It was the one that discussed the 3rd grade probability and statistics. No, I'm sorry. It's an 3rd grade more complex than 4th grade, save the dissecting of the areas for the 4th graders, calculating area of different shaped items. And we had talked about it earlier this morning. I know that feels like a while ago. But in the 3rd grade, what I'll do is I will just pull this standard, and that will be more helpful. Because this was not a note that I had left in the document. This was a note written this morning. And I do have some notes to self from those geometry standards where it referenced putting pieces back in 6-8 or back into 7th. And so I do have 3 notes on 3 of those standards that I will go back in and follow up on those. But this was the 3rd grade measurement and data standard. MDC7, right here. And
Hey, Shannon, there's some feedback coming through. Are you able to mute Miss Albert again? Because there's some feedback kicking back.
She is not able to, but I can go ahead and mute anybody. So I will go ahead and do that.
Okay. All right, so
Thank you.
Yep.
I'll summarize. We're back in the 3rd grade on the measurement and data standard that was discussed this morning. It has parts A, B, C, and D. And then the 4th grade standard reads, know and apply the area and perimeter formulas for rectangles in real world and mathematical problems. And so what we had discussed was keeping the 3rd grade standard more about identifying and recognizing. And this last clause right here that I have highlighted, just omitting that and leaving the application to the real world problems to the 4th grade standard. Because there had been some discussion about including D at all. And we were talking about the boxes and taking the bite out of the box and reorganizing the boxes. And the discussion was kind of, while we're already there and talking about these things, it makes sense to kind of talk about the non-overlapping and the decomposing and, but then we would save that next higher order thinking level for the 4th grade standard. And I'll be quiet and see what other people's thoughts are now.
Shannon, I had suggested that and wonder if just moving that entire section of D to 4th grade, so they are getting, you know, the more complicated part of where you're decomposing them to non-overlapping rectangles. I think that would be more appropriate once they've had, you know, that's more fitting in my opinion on the area side of things. And again, I agree with you on the real world piece of it, but I think that would be, you know, keeping that standard exactly the same through C, and then just moving that section of D to the 4th grade appropriate or a standard.
I will chime in here, having taught 3rd and 4th grade. I'm having trouble taking D out, and in part because of what Stephanie said earlier, just that it contributes to developing fluency in operations. I mean, I'll go with whatever the consensus is, but just having taught both of these grades, I think D gives the students an opportunity to start developing that skill. And then that way, when they get to 4th grade, the way the standard reads in 4th grade, know and apply, well, you can't apply if you don't know. And it seems like 3rd grade is introducing them to that knowledge.
And this is a question for clarification for me because I have not taught 3rd and 4th grade. Is the reference in the 3rd grade standard to applying this technique to solve real world problems any different than what is referenced in the 4th grade standard?
Are you asking me, Shannon?
Yeah.
Well, when I see that word apply in both of the standards, I would say it means one and the same. Maybe in part D, maybe applying isn't the right word. Maybe exploring this technique to solve real world problems might be a better word to use in 3rd grade. And then going deeper into the skill in 4th grade, know and apply. Because I did have a little bit of trouble with the word apply in the 3rd grade standard in that part D. Just thinking out loud.
No, I like the. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no, I was done. I'm sorry. I should have hit the mute button back.
No, I like the idea of the word explore, because honestly, I just, from a redundancy standpoint, if we left it in as apply, it's really not any different. It's a little redundant and overlapping with that 4th grade standard. So I would either want to omit or update the 4th grade standard so that it was more of a progression.
I guess the part, did I turn myself off? I guess the part I'm struggling with there is my experience teaching 1st through 4th grades is all in inner city high poverty communities, and knowing that the summer slide is very real. And if there's a little bit of overlap, I don't see that necessarily as a problem. I guess it would just depend on where the skill falls in the scope and sequence of things. But I mean, if in 3rd grade, they're exploring the technique to solve the real world problems and then go into 4th grade, having had some experience with that, then they go into 4th grade and they're going to know and apply that skill in real world and mathematical problems. I don't know if that helps or not. But that's my problem is my lens is our students that come to me significantly below the grade level that they're coming into, and knowing that they need a lot of repetitive support so that by the time they get to and I'm sorry, I've gone blank on I think it's what Miss Sowell said. Sowell, did I say her name right? What she said, and in terms of the kids. Sorry, in terms of the kids getting to a high school, let alone middle school, with the foundational skills that they need in order to be successful. So I don't have a problem with a little bit of overlap.
No, well, recycling information and for retention is never a bad thing. There just wasn't that in the 4th grade. To me, there just wasn't like that extra little oomph of what else are we going to do with it. So I'll circle back and say I like the idea of changing the word to exploring, because now if we look at accessible words in that, we're recognizing, we're finding areas, and this other is we're exploring it, but we're not going to be assessing 3rd graders on
it. I like that as well, because then it doesn't come down to mastery of being able to apply that skill in the 3rd grade, whereas in the 4th grade it would. So I think that's a great point.
Thoughts from other members on that word change?
I agree with that.
I agree with that.
Good thought.
Me too.
Okay.
Another thought may also be that will provide teachers in 4th grade, as Shannon mentioned, that they're going to recycle that learning or those skills. That would allow those teachers, for the kids who really grasp it and remember it, to further explore in differentiation. They can do other types of higher order things while the teacher's working with another group that needs a little bit more hands-on from that particular teacher on that skill. So that gives that opportunity to occur.
That's a good point. Mr. Wingfield, this was something you had originally brought up for discussion, so I wanted to come back to you for your thoughts.
No, I chimed in and said I agree with it. I'm fine with that. I had 2 different folks say that it was complicated for a 3rd grader to do the non-rectangular areas, and that should slide to 4th grade. That was the recommendation. I thought it was logical to me, but I also understand that from a progression standpoint and teaching multiplication, it made sense. And I think the way you've got it edited would would probably relieve some of that pressure, exploring that technique in the real world problems. So I'm fine with it. Thank you.
Okay. All right, good deal. All right. So somebody may have to, okay. The best thing I know to do at this point is just to go back through and scroll and catch where our notes were. And if somebody has a light bulb moment for a more efficient way for me to do that, please share. But for right now, this item was the first note that we had in that kindergarten, that K-5 grade band. I think we pretty well sorted it out that day, but I'll come back to it. And it was the 1 through 20 when it comes to counting and math type functions, but then we threw in the quarter, which is a value of 25.
Okay, I have a question since I missed this part of the meeting last week, and I apologize for that. Was there a change in the standard of counting to 25? No, I see Benita shaking her head no.
No, I think this is the one that we may need to get Ms. Albert off the mute. But this is the one where you had the penny, nickel, dime, and quarter. But one of the standards was counting up to 20. And Ms. Albert mentioned that the value of the quarter was a 25. And I ended up referencing the first standard, I believe, where they were counting up to a 100. So we were able to go ahead and take care of the question and concern that Ms. Albert had, but she can verify that for me if she likes.
Am I on? Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, I went back to look at that. I think that one of the answers given was that the kindergartners also learn to count in fives. And so it is possible with the fives and the ones to increment even on a quarter. And the debate I had, the mental debate I had was, well, my goodness, those are the coins they see anyway. And if we didn't have a quarter in there, they would wonder why it was not there. So I think there are ways or arguments for leaving it in. I just think that there are certain things that would not be obvious to the kindergartner, like what happens if I add a dime, unless we count the dime as a 5 and a 5 or whatever, right? Because I was looking at the operational aspect of this, that we were dealing with operations, which totaled 220. Does that make sense to everyone? However, I do understand why the quarter should be there.
I know these standards, in a sense, repeat themselves again in the first grade. And just kind of like you just said, Miss Albert, the 1 to 20 dives more into the operations of one more, one less, number before, number after, that sort of thing. And that's, at least in my experience since teaching, and we had the Common Core standards, that they were from 1 to 20, and the coins, it was just simply a matter of the student being able to identify that coin and the value of that coin, not necessarily counting up to that number. Other than if, coming to that number by counting by ones or but you see here, it's up to 100 before the end of the school year by ones, fives, and tens.
Right. Okay. So I'm good.
Okay. All right. I will take that off our list. Then we'll move to first grade. This was something that I don't think the note is still in the standard. And this may be a question for Amy or Catherine. It says this note, I assume the table is in the back as a reference item for the standards. As a yes, as a hyperlink. So did we want to keep the note in the standard?
I know that they intentionally added the note during the educator advisory team meeting. So I mean, ultimately it is up to you guys, but I do know that they intentionally added that note into the standard.
In our current standards, they aren't hyperlinked. You have to scroll to them. I think part of the conversation was if it's mentioned here, that I should be able to click and it take me to that without me having to scroll to find it to guess that I know what I'm looking at the right thing. So I think the addition here is the hyperlinking piece of it.
Okay. Which I'm all for, things that are going to make it more accessible and easier for teachers who are trying to plan. So I don't have a problem with it. Okay. All right, on to second. Okay. All right. We had this was the debate of they were under measurement and data, but they were, very geometry based. And so I think was our question about putting them in, I think the issue was the strand that they were in, because the measurement and data led to the probability and statistics strand, not the geometry. Which is really just kind of a formality. I mean, the standards all progress. They all are seeming to progress well. It didn't make complete sense to me that this wouldn't then feed into the geometry standards. I don't think anyone felt very strongly one way or another about that, and they've already been classified as measurement and data. So, yes.
I don't know if I remember this correctly, but when Stephanie was talking about this, I got the impression that the measurement skill, which cuts across a lot of other different topical areas, subject matter areas, I sort of felt pretty comfortable that we should leave it the way it is, because I think it's sort of a precursor to the application of a lot of these other areas. I don't know if I remember that correctly, but that was sort of partially the sense that I got from the previous discussion.
Okay. All right, and this is the, now, do I need to, I don't need to highlight changes for you all that we made to that one, that explore word, do I? Or that was just because we were working with high school ones that also need to be changed in the integrated math, correct? Okay. Okay. So was this the same discussion then? The measurement and data? Because for some reason I referenced 5th grade geometry standards. I think that's the same discussion we just had, so I will delete that. All right. Those are all good. I'll go back up. And 5th. Okay, this is the, we're past that, but I had left us another question about 3-dimensional measurements. And I'm not sure that we found an answer to that yet. Virginia, is that something you're able to help with?
Yes, ma'am. So, 5th grade is where the concept of 3-dimensional measurements is introduced. The particular first standard you have there, building the idea of what a unit cube is, that it's 1 by 1 by 1, to start building up the idea and the concept of volume in the 5th grade. 5th grade is the beginnings of developing of what volume is and an understanding of that concept. Students prior to grade 5, the background they would have had is knowing the names of 3-dimensional objects, knowing that 3-dimensional objects have a length, a width, and a height, those types of ideas, but working with the actual measurements to develop an understanding of the difference between area and volume really plays out for the very first time in 5th grade. And then it's built on over the middle school when we look at volumes of other 3-dimensional shapes, like when we start playing with spheres, so that we have a practical application of pi and can use that number and understand a place in the real world where pi applies. When we play with cylinders and finding both surface area and volume and really parsing out the difference between what surface area is and volume is, all of that plays out over your middle school stage. So 5th grade is kind of that end of the elementary to begin to introduce this concept of 3-dimensional and develop an understanding of what it means to find volume so that we can then take that further throughout middle school. Does that help?
I believe so. I'm not exactly sure who this question originated with, so I'll give others the opportunity to respond. No? Okay. Okay. Oh. All right, so that is K. right, this is 6th grade. No, I'm sorry, 8th grade. Let me click on 6th. Are we all pretty comfortable with how that has been answered and hashed out, the real world and mathematical, conceptual? I will say, just as a pattern that I did pick up on the others, the word contextual is what is used more commonly in the remaining standards versus conceptual. So I don't know if there's a preference. And I do understand there's a difference. And I think in this case, they are focusing on concept.
Shannon.
Yes.
I might just, like Stephanie said, that they struggled with these different phrases and which was appropriate where. I don't have a strong feeling one way or the other. I don't know if anyone else in the committee does, but they worked, from what I heard, they worked very, very hard to try to get the correct wording and for it to be at least somewhat consistent. I don't know that, I don't have any strong feelings one way or the other. I don't know if anyone else on the committee does, but.
I agree with you, Ken. I feel like they were the experts in that wording part for the most part.
Well, it did help to look across all, to pick up on the patterns on all the standards and for her to discuss that this morning. Okay, thank you. All right, so this says review jump from 5th measurement and data strand to 6th. And I'll be honest, I don't remember the context. I think we were just wanting to double check that 5th grade precursor to this standard was appropriate and scaffolded the 6th grade standard properly. And I don't know if someone has that 5th grade printed out where they can kind of verify that, but that was a note we had made.
Sharon, I have the 5th grade standards. Do you remember which standard it was in, measurement and data?
No, and I don't know that it was any one particular. I know that one of our focus areas that first day was that any strand jumped from 5th to 6th grade and then 8th to 9th. And so I'm not sure what about this one in particular, but the context of the question, from what I gather, is just making sure that whatever was in measurement and data from 5th grade properly built the learning that's needed for this standard.
Shannon, for just a tiny bit more context than the jump from measurement data to the statistics strand in 6th grade, part of that bridge and what's new in 6th grade is in 5th grade, we're collecting data. Actually, a lot in grades K-5, we're collecting data. We're measuring things. We're then making calculations with those measurements. So we're really focused on getting data. And for the first time in grade 6, it's now, so what does that data tell me? What decisions can I start making based on data, which is the very beginnings of what statistics is for students. So very much like in the 5th grade when I talked about a minute ago, volume is brand new. It's the first time they get introduced to it. 6th grade is the very first time students actually start doing things and analyzing data that they have collected. So that's one of the nuances between those two. So you're not going to find anything that calls out statistics specifically in grade 5. It's really about making that shift between 5th and 6th grade for collecting and measuring and knowing what data is to doing something with and making sense of data in grade 6.
All right. And again, I'm not sure who all was part of that initial conversation, but I'm going to go ahead and delete that. And if someone has additional questions, by all means, now's a good time to ask. Okay. Mr. Berger, am I correct that this was a question that you had maybe? We were talking about the y-intercept?
Yes. And the only concern that I had was that when you're doing two-dimensional graphing and you're basically focused on that one coordinate, I was just curious if the students, or when would the students be introduced to the concept of the y-intercept being not going through the 0, point, or what happens if you have a data point that's in one of the other quadrants, where one of the numbers is a negative. So it's a bit of a more complex application to what they're learning here.
So the breakdown of how that plays out is in grade 7, we really focus on 2 things. One, what basically is proportional or it's not proportional. We learn a lot about that proportional goes through that 0, because it has that proportion, that unit of proportionality. And then what happens if it doesn't go through 0, and they do graphs. They find graphs that, oh, it doesn't go through 0, it starts at 0, 5. And they get to that point where they're, okay, that's not a proportional graph. They have those conversations, which morphs into 8th grade for more of the, now let's take it and talk about slope and intercept. So in 7th grade, they're really focused on it as a proportional relationship and proportional understanding. And then it morphs over time to in 8th grade when we move that conversation from proportionality into defining what slope and intercept actually are for students.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. That answers my question.
Okay. We will take that off our list. Did anyone else have any questions around that before I move on? Okay. All right. 8th grade. Sorry, I just caught the part where it said change the cluster heading. So I was just making sure that, okay, it's on there. Okay. Prior emphasis on mastery of one dimension, focus prior to two dimension. Attention to full mastery prior to 9th grade standard. So let me. So this one got combined and is down here. This is the suggested new standard. And I am not remembering the full context of this question. So someone may have to, or this note that we left ourselves, someone may have to help me. I guess maybe perhaps after reviewing the 9th grade algebra, this is not a concern.
I'm just trying to think of what one-dimensional focus might be. I'm sort of coming up empty on that. Anybody have any thoughts?
Madam Chair, is this the one that you typed in that I was talking about?
It potentially, yes.
Yeah, I think this is the one to where we took the 8GA1, and I think the rationale was to combine the 8GA1 with the 8GA2. And the only reason why I was talking about the one dimension focus is because you got your point, your line, and everything that may be one dimensional. But before the good doctor got off, she did give rationale on why the 8GA1 should be with the 8GA2 and end up being taken out. So I think these were just for like notes as we look at what the 9th grade focus was. But if the body is looking at this just being notation and not necessarily changing anything, I'm fine with that as well, because Dr. Coolidge did give reference on why the two items were
Combined.
put together.
Okay. Yes, I remember that discussion this morning now. And yes, these were just notations. We had just left ourselves things to come back and revisit once we'd gotten the full picture. So
Right. And my geometry experience, I know I had to spend at least 2 days to differentiate between the one-dimensional items and the two-dimensional items and how they would transition. That's all.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. All right. That takes us through K8. So I'll just briefly reiterate that I think now that we've gotten the full K8 zoomed out picture, we've looked at all the strands separately. We've looked at grade progressions with special attention from elementary to middle and middle to high. I think we all have certain areas that we would like to get some additional feedback or just confirmation with practitioners and various others. Although the work done by Dr. Coolidge and her team has been exceptional, and Virginia, your input today has been great, and I really appreciate that. It was obvious that everyone was very intentional and spent a lot of time dissecting every part of this. And so I'm just going to recommend that we all take these pieces, and there's been a couple helpful documents added in the files tab. You'd like to print those out as well. And we just kind of do one last round with whatever our time frame is for review and to let things marinate. And we schedule at least a half of a day in the future where we come back together and wrap up with any additional discussions, potential changes, and then motions and voting. So Catherine, how do you want to handle scheduling more time?
Yes, I will go ahead and send out a doodle poll with half-day options. And then if y'all could do your best, I will send it out first thing Monday morning. If any way you could have it completed by Monday end of day. That way we can get something on the calendar and ready to go.
Quick question for the committee. What feels like the right cadence? Would you like a minimum of 2 weeks between meetings, 1 week, about 10 days? And what feels like a reasonable time frame to get feedback and have your final review period?
When do we need to have our work wrapped up?
So the state board meeting for where this would ideally be on first reading is November 5th, and our staff is required to get all items to November 6th, sorry. We would need to get that to the board 2 weeks in advance on October 23rd. So to allow time for review and revision, probably should meet, no later than October 7th, 8th, sometime in there, Catherine?
Yes.
There is
And I will try to do as much of the copy editing work ahead of time before your next meeting. But I will still need some time to do copy editing after your guys' final meeting as well.
And if it truly doesn't work, I don't want to put pressure on this group or truncate your work early. If this ended up waiting for the board's February meeting, it would not be the end of the world. Textbook adoption has been delayed a year by the Textbook and Instructional Materials Commission. So we'd like to move forward so that people have as much time to prepare as possible for implementation of the revisions. But like I said, your work is independent and we want you to have the time that you need to do it well.
Just, if I could ask just a follow-up question. It seems to me that the biggest area of concern is Algebra 2 in the high school area. In terms of K through 8th, it seems from the way we were able to move through the standards with minimal revisions, are we expecting that there are going to be any big surprises coming up in those areas, or are we pretty much focusing primarily on high school with our next meeting? What's the feeling?
Well, okay, I didn't know if anyone else had some input. Definitely Algebra 2. Potentially some of the 8th grade Algebra 1, just because of either trickle down or some of the potential feedback. But no, I'm not anticipating any large changes or major surprises or last minute disruptions to the mass of the work that's already been done. No.
So I guess as a follow-up, just an observation, I think one of the things that would really be beneficial is, give the people that we're going to reach out to talk to time to give us feedback on those topics, especially Algebra 2, maybe 8th grade Algebra 1 and so on. And I'm just curious, what's a realistic time for those of us who have contacts to get some feedback? I mean, is a week enough? Should we allow 2 weeks? Any feel for that?
I feel that a week is sufficient. I know several school systems are getting ready to launch into fall break at the 1st of October. So I'm weary of getting too far into or too close to those timeframes, and I don't know what all different school systems are represented and what those schedules are. But I feel like a week, because like I said earlier, I personally have some pretty specific questions. It's not like a sweeping overview necessarily.
So my initial feeling, if the workload allows, we're sort of on a schedule. We've met 2 Fridays in a row. I'd like to meet again, hopefully on next Friday, if that's feasible, or no later than the following Friday, because I don't want to lose the momentum. I don't want us to, time causes forgetfulness. And I know we have notes and everything, but I would like to see us continue on with this in a rather expeditious manner, if that's possible.
Madam Chair, may I piggyback on Mr. Berger's comments?
Yes, sir, of course.
And I agree with you, Ken, that the momentum has been tremendous and positive, and I believe that we could probably get a significant amount of items done. In fact, Madam Chair, while we were going through some of these items, I know that we do have a few where we have to get some questions answered, and we do have a few concerns, and I think I agree with Ken that we can get a lot of those items remedied as soon as possible. So I know we've gone through the strands, and last week we looked at the graphic that included the strand progression. I think you still have that up. It has all the colors. We noticed that there have been overlaps in the 5th and 6th grade level. We did a lot of work with the 8th and 9th grade overlap, where we looked at the functions, geometry, and the statistics and probability. And I believe after going over these strands and standards where there's little to no intersection, I don't think we have significant changes with a multitude of these clusters outside of the suggested changes and the rationale that you have put in the Excel spreadsheet. So not to say that this motion would come today, but just to put this out here, if none of my esteemed colleagues have any significant changes to some of the items that we have already deliberated on, one of the motions that we might be able to take care of in our next meeting would be to accept the standards revisions for the strands that we did not have to necessarily modify too much, and that's your counting and cardinality for kindergarten, your number and operations in base 10 K through 5, your ratios and proportional relationships 6, 7, your numbers and operations fractions 3, 5, the number system 6, 8, your operations and algebraic thinking K5, your expressions and equations 6 through 8, and then the geometry K12 as amended. I think that after we get a few of those questions answered, we could actually knock out this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I want to say this is 8 of the standard revisions, and only have to answer some of those other questions. Do you have that that strand progression, Madam Chair, the one with the colored boxes?
I do. Okay. It was taking a second to pull up. So let me come back. If I don't click on things in the right order, I block the camera, and that's not helpful when I try to share the screen.
Okay, because I just want to piggyback on that and just show our body that we have come a long way. So everybody, you see the strand progression here. And out of all of those boxes, I believe that we have done 98, 99%, if not 100% of the work on at least 8 of those boxes. And the only work that we would have to do now is to get the answers to some of those questions. I know that Dr. Coolidge had a concern about something that was 3rd and 4th grade. I think that's in our notes. And then that algebra 2/stat question and concern we had. I think that when we look at the strand progression, we've done more than half the work, and unless we see any surprises, like Ken said, I think we can easily vote on more than half of these items when we meet again.
I definitely agree. I had just left myself a few notes from geometry, when we were looking at geometry earlier, where they had referenced placing parts back in sixth, eighth grade, and back in seventh, and I just wanted to follow up on those and make sure those progression pieces made it in there. That wasn't something I had been able to answer on the fly or look back while we were working on geometry. I had kind of a couple large, big picture questions with geometry and algebra 2. And yes, I don't see why. And honestly, my recommendation was just simply because I didn't want anyone to feel rushed or not have time to kind of walk away from it and let it, like I said, marinate and then come back. And I didn't want anyone to walk away and say they felt rushed or that something occurred to them later that didn't while we were meeting today. But I certainly think we could very well wrap up all of this within our next meeting.
Right, and I understand, Madam Chair, and I'll hold my motion so that if any committee member needs to look at any of the aforementioned categories, out of the strands that we, in my eyes, I believe that we have gone through thoroughly. But I can hold that motion until the next meeting, and then if nobody has anything new or any concerns on that, we can entertain that possibly as our first motion of many.
Just as the person tracking all motions, it would be easier if we just do them all in one meeting. So I would propose that we don't do any motions today since we haven't done any, but that we have an action plan to start out with at the next meeting.
I'll keep it on ice then. Thanks, Catherine.
So it's kind of sounding like the majority of people want to meet next Friday. If you have a major conflict with that, just shoot me an email. But Madam Chair, do you want to tentatively plan on meeting Friday morning to wrap
Yes.
this up?
That I had just double checking my calendar. Yes, that works for me. Friday the 25th, correct?
Yes, I suppose I should double check my calendar as well. But yes, I know that Amy will be busy for part of that morning, but I can definitely be on with you guys during that whole time, and we can knock it out of the park.
Thank you. I will be sorry to miss it if y'all meet then. I will be defending my dissertation proposal, so I will be on annual leave.
Oh, wow. Congratulations and good luck.
Thank you. But Catherine will be here. And Catherine, we can talk about if it would be helpful to have someone like Nathan or Angie as backup for legal or parliamentary procedure support.
Great.
Catherine, this will have been the third Friday in a row missing my students in my classroom, and it's difficult right now to have substitutes.
Yes.
So how will that work if I'm not able to attend?
There is no major consequences for that.
Okay.
Obviously, we totally understand that you are still currently a classroom teacher. And as we all know, the kids are our priorities. So as long as you are not upset by potentially missing it, we will miss you, but we will not be offended.
Leslie, if you have anything that's really just burning on your mind, you want to make sure everybody else hears, you could email Catherine a written statement for her to read aloud on your behalf.
Absolutely.
Well, and Leslie, I apologize that, that the work continues on to another day, and I appreciate your expertise and contributions, definitely. Correct me also, Catherine, we'll need to get all of those edits and all of the coordinating changes for the integrated math. We'll need to get all of those complete before we can make a motion and vote, correct?
That is correct. I believe between Amy and I, we can knock that out this coming week. And like I said, I will put as much of this, I will copy edit as much of this like K8 as I can and put it into the final Word document format as possible, so that any minor edits can just be made through that as well.
Okay. Thanks.
Yeah.
Hey, great job leading us, Shannon. Thank you.
Oh, well, thank you all. You have been all very amazing and to work with, and the input has been very much appreciated.
Thank you for your leadership.
Shannon, this is Virginia. One final comment. I found the long algebra standard I was looking for, and it's in the chat for your teacher who was concerned about the multiplication. It's an APR standard, and it's in the chat.
Okay, I'm gonna check that out real quick. Where did it go? All right. Oh, I see that. Okay, thank you. All right, all, we'll tentatively, well, we'll plan. We will have penciled in and we will plan at 9 o'clock, same time, Catherine?
Yep.
Next Friday. Leslie, we will definitely miss you, but tell your students hi for us. And hopefully get to see you again.
Yeah, thank you.
I am optimistic that we can get this wrapped up, even potentially just in a half-day session next Friday. But certainly, any questions in the meantime, email Catherine. Anything else?
I do not have anything else.
Okay. Thank you all again, sincerely, and I hope everyone has a very restful weekend.
Thank you, Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thanks, guys. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody. Have a great weekend.